are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
There's no law against scalping tickets in this part of the country, and premium prices have been paid.
It is the third Saturday in October, and the show is on one more time in Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, here we go. 56-yarder. Does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game.
They're still in deep trouble in midfield. They tackle him. The ball is still loose as they get it to Rodgers. They give it back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going into the end zone. But the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep. And I mean touchdown, Florida! Tyree Cleveland in a miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
It's a 31-30 game, and what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take his shot and win, and I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Incomplete.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. One of the great traditions in college football. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. College football. A matchup from the state of Florida.
Moody flush, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Buck back, third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 40. Lindsey's got 45, 50, 45, 40. Run, Lindsey. 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey's got. Lindsey's got. Lindsey's got. Well, I can't believe it. 92 yards, and Lindsey really got in a foot race. I broke my chair. I came right through a chair, a metal steel chair with about a 5-inch cushion. I broke it. The booth came apart. The stadium fell down. Now they do have to renovate this thing. They'll have to rebuild it now. I didn't mean to beg Lindsey to run, but I had to. You know, this game has always been called the world's greatest cocktail party. Do you know what is going to happen here tonight and up at St. Simon's and Jekyll Island and all those places? Man, is there going to be some property destroyed tonight.
Good morning, y'all. How the hell are you?
We're good.
Double check. I think I got. Well, I don't know where Steven is. Oh, here he is. Okay. I was hiding on the app. I was checking my messages because I thought maybe there was an issue or something. How are you, Steven? You're muted. Can y'all hear him? Because I can't.
I cannot. I cannot either.
But it's not showing him muted, so I don't know if your mic is potted down or not. But y'all hear me fine, right?
Yeah. Yep, I can hear you.
Maybe come in and come out, Steven, if you can hear us. Sometimes it can just be something simple with the connection. But we will power on as Steven tries to figure it out, and when he does figure it out, he'll chime in. I'm keeping an eye on the screen. Let's go ahead and get into the cool games as we are looking at the one big game that we're looking at this weekend. If this is the first time you've joined us, this is the one big game that you are personally looking forward to, but it's got to be a relevant game. right, the cool games. As we still wait for Steven to join us. Technical issues, but that's okay. Bobby, let's get started with you. What is your cool game of the day?
My cool game of the day and the weekend as a whole, I got LSU versus Bama. I think this will be a competitive game. I think it'll be a great game, but also it could be the death of one of these two teams' playoff hopes. So there's a lot on the line in this one. That's what makes me so excited to watch it.
Doug, what about you?
I've got the other cool. I think it's the other cool game. I got Ole Miss and Georgia today. After what I saw from Georgia, especially quarterback play, I got a feeling Ole Miss is gonna give them a game and win that game, and kind of change the complexion of the top five.
I mean, that it's definitely going to one way or the other, right? We're starting to. I'm so glad we're finally in November because college football, because they expanded the playoffs, the games no longer feel like, to me, like they are must win in September and October. It's really turned into like the NFL essentially. But what we do have is, now that we're in November, you're starting to see everything separate. And I think Steven's coming in, so we'll try this again. But my cool game of the day, and I won't take the low-hanging fruit, because the game we are doing, by the way, if y'all haven't been updated on the radio stations that we are being brought to you by this morning, we are not doing Florida, Texas. It has been changed to Miami, Georgia Tech. And a lot of it had to do with the question mark of who was going to be playing quarterback at Florida. And we got the late news last night that it started trending yesterday, so we changed the show card yesterday, but that Haynes King would play for Georgia Tech. And we're just hedging our bets that it'll be a closer game. Have you heard anything, by the way, Bobby, before I forget, as far as what's the likelihood of DJ Lagway playing today?
Yeah, the latest on him is that he could play. I think it's still a game time decision. He's still up in the air. But if he does play, it'll be limited snaps. My guess is there's no reason to go out there with try and play a 2-quarterback system with an injured Lagway or something just to get him some game time. I think he probably won't play, but I guess there's an outside shot that he still does.
Yeah, I can't imagine that he does play if it's on limited snaps. Steven, how are you, sir? Hopefully we got your audio this time.
I'm good. Somehow my mic got muted on the back end.
Okay, gotcha. It happens. Man, I could write a book on that. What is your cool game of the day?
I mean, I'm going to be boring here, but give me Georgia and Ole Miss. You know, like big time SEC showdown. I'm super excited.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the Miami Georgia Tech game completes before that game starts. Are they, by the way, are they being, see, Georgia Ole Miss is ABC. Is Miami ABC? That thing happened so late. That's ESPN. I was hoping that they may hold the kickoff. You know what I mean? But okay, so I'll go a little different. My cool game, I'm going to go ahead and dive in to a later game tonight. I was very tempted to say Vanderbilt, South Carolina, because I am very interested in that one. But the game that kind of has my interest late tonight is the BYU-Utah game. And it's not that this is this great matchup, but first of all, it's an in-state rival. It's a really, really brutal rivalry. These two sides hate each other. But it's at Utah. It's undefeated BYU. Whether or not they can continue to be undefeated, stay in the conversation for the playoffs. The other thing is it is supposed to be cold. So we get our first weekend of cold weather games. Air Force game, Fresno State, that game's supposed to be cold. That game's actually on Fox tonight, 9:45. I'm a little surprised by that. 5-4 Fresno State versus 1-7 Air Force. I don't think I took it on my – did I take it on any of my picks? Oh, actually, I have it jotted down, so I'll keep that under my hat unless nobody takes it. But there we have that. Steven, are you ready to rock and roll with the fantasy football?
Yes, sir. I am ready to go.
It's fantasy football time. Fantasy football time.
Get that 2-minute warning. We usually give them a few more minutes, but it's kind of it doesn't work to say 3.5 minute warning. What do they call that when there's 4 minutes left? The 4 minute offense or whatever. Anyway, Steven, what do you got for DFS and fantasy this week?
Well, I'm going to start off with the game that everyone's going to be targeting, San Fran and Tampa Bay. 49ers going cross-country to Tampa. They get Christian McCaffrey back. In what kind of form that'll be, we don't know, but that is still just going to completely open up the offense. They'll have Deebo Samuel healthy. They have George Kittle healthy. And they have also been getting good production from Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. Of course, there's still George Kittle. And on the opposite side of that game, I love the upside of K-Dot, and he's really turned into the number one option with Evans and Godwin out. I mean, he's playing like one of the top tight ends in the league. I believe his numbers over the past 5 weeks or something, he's top 3 in every category for tight ends. And then there's also, if he plays Jalen McMillan, he's the rookie out of Washington, and Trey Palmer, he's the kind of the de facto deep threat now for Baker Mayfield. A couple other chalk plays that are out there. Alvin Kamara is probably going to be the most rostered player this weekend, and rightfully so. I mean, he is the offense right now for the Saints, and I'm really I'm excited to see how they're going to be post Dennis Allen. Darren Rizzi is a very disciplined coach. He was a special teams coach out in Miami for a while, so I've seen a lot of him. I think he can really turn that the Saints team around. So I'll have a lot of Kamara this weekend. Another very popular play is Garrett Wilson out in for the Jets playing the Cardinals. I'm actually going to be staying away from him and going to Devontae Adams instead. He's a few $100 cheaper, and we're due for a Devontae breakout game, and it could be right here. A couple other games I'm targeting: Pittsburgh, Washington. I'm stacking both sides of that. I love the obviously the Jaden Daniels side, but I love getting to Russell Wilson, George Pickens, and on the other side of that, Scary Terry, Austin Eckler with Brian Robinson, Noah Brown.
I got a quick question for you. With Pittsburgh coming off the bye, do you think that possibly they're going to open up that offense or the passing game a little bit because they had the bye week, or do you think it kind of stays steady?
Oh, no. I mean, they're going to need to score some points to keep up with Washington. And I mean, we've seen it open up significantly just from Russell Wilson taking over the offense from Justin Fields. But with them getting Mike Williams, and I think he should be up to speed. I could see them opening up the passing offense, and that could be a very sneaky high scoring game. And if you're looking for the Sunday's version of Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson going into Jacksonville, they played man defense at the highest rate, especially single high coverage, and Jefferson just eats man coverage alive. I mean, we could be looking at another 50-point game here in Jacksonville this weekend. And then the other main stack I'm going with is Josh Allen going into Indianapolis. I love the dome game there. There is no Keon Coleman, and Amari Cooper is still a little bit banged up, so I'm going to be stacking him with Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, and on the other side of that, Josh Downs is the very popular target, but I'm going to go in with Adonai Mitchell. He is not only by the numbers, but I mean, Reggie Wayne is the receivers coach out there, and he just raves about how open he is Mitchell is during games, and they're going to need to be keeping up there, and Flacco can throw the ball. A few other one-offs I'm looking at: Kareem Hunt, DeAndre Hopkins, Breece Hall, James Conner. In the Dallas Philly game, we've seen the upside of Saquon, and AJ Brown should be back this week. He's due for an explosion. And if you're looking for your sneaky play, Taysom Hill, that tight end, I think he's 4,100. And with no Chris Olave, no Rashid Shaheed, they're going to need to get some offense going somewhere. And you know how much they love to give him the ball.
Brian says, once again, we let the Ravens off the hook. Man, I'll tell you what, that was a game. And if you went up against Jamar Chase, apologies to everybody.
I had Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
So you're sitting easy cheesy.
I projected over 200 points.
I'm surprised you projected about 300.
And Derrick Henry, you kind of had a stinker, so. but I can't.
I mean, he still scored 14. It wasn't like he,
in terms of Derrick Henry numbers, it was.
I understand that. That's just called getting spoiled. That's like back in the fantasy basketball days when you'd have Jordan. You go, what? That team only scored 28 tonight. Bum.
Being greedy, already got like 130 points.
Yeah, it is absolutely wild what went on there. I've got Lamar Jackson. I've got Jamar Chase, but I don't have them on the same team.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
On the same team now. Jackson
still
and Chase?
Sitting real good. Still in a good spot.
No, I don't. I've got Chase. I think you went up against Chase.
Yeah, well, I had Joe Burrow in that same game against you. But man, yeah, you scored like Jamar Chase scored almost 80 points the other night.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe I don't think. I think I've got Derrick Henry and Jamar Chase on the same team. I could be wrong though, but anyways, yeah, that was a wild.
All I know is you got a lot. You got a lot of points on that team this week.
Well, when I saw you going up against Burrow, I was like, man, I hope at least Chase gets some of it.
You got all of it.
Bam, 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 bam. It was just, man, I was like fireworks going on. And what was funny is the first half was trash. There was nothing on the first half. And I jumped in and took the over on the second half because my logic was if you watch the first game, the first meeting, it was up and down the field. I'm like, this can't hold the whole game, can it? So the under went way down. And all of a sudden, bing, 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 bing. And what was his name? Wallace. If anyone DFS, that kid Wallace that went down the sidelines for like, I could be wrong. It was like 90-yard. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you, Steven. So we were both right in the same game in the Baltimore game with Lamar Jackson, talking about how inaccurate he was. He was terrible in the first half. He was throwing balloon shots, and in the second half, he was spotting dimes. And it's the old thing I like to say. He was spotting dimes and eating onions. Like he didn't know what the hell was going on.
I tell you what.
His pass, by the way, was the one where he jumped midair and it was almost like a basketball shot.
Lamar had a couple passes where he had just perfect touch on him, and it was incredible.
And then you'd have others where you're like, is this the same guy?
that was one of the most fun I've had watching two quarterbacks go back and forth.
That was, man,
it was incredible.
That really should be a weekly series.
Make a play every week.
Yeah. And whoever eventually wins the 17-game series, they go to the playoffs. Like that's just
and they get a box.
I had a blast watching that.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And unfortunately, we don't get many of those Thursday night games. Like most of the Thursday night games are stinkers. Yeah. I think that had a lot to do with the first half. Typically defense rules the roost on Thursday nights, but they woke up in the second half. Steven, I didn't mean to catch off. Did you have anything else to add on the DFS?
No, I'm good.
All right, let's go ahead and jump into the National Football League. The NFL picks, and we see by the way, Steven, your numbers, the reason why they're off, you forgot about the very first show of the season where we picked 4 games, and that's why there's 4 extra games not in the text message that you sent me. We double checked it on our end, both Jason and I were like, how the hell could we be off by, and then we really go, oh, that first game, I guarantee you he's not counting it. But there's the picks so far. Bobby's running away with the damn stupid underdog picks. We'll do that next.
Thank you.
And you see everything else. We're going to get that out of the way so that why I have more picks is because I do the Friday picks for the radio shows. But anyways, back to the rest of the story, the show that counts. I just don't have enough room on my screen to give you what happens on Saturday and what happens on Friday. And we also do we started doing a Monday picks where they're picking Mondays and Thursdays. So anyways, I don't know who the hell should have first pick. It doesn't really matter. Doug, I don't remember if I've given you first pick in a while. So let's go ahead and get your NFL pick. Let's get it started. Good to see you, Brian, by the way. Good to see. Did I see JJ in here? I thought I saw JJ second. Daniel, Tony, Beeve. I thought I saw JJ, but I might have been looking at something else. What you got on your? Yep, JJ's in here. Oh, what you got, Mr. Southwestburg?
My first pick is I got the Chargers over the Titans. Take the 7.5. Chargers are playing really, really good defense. Dare I say, elite defense. So
you got the Chargers minus 7.5. By the way, if you're going to take that game, you better start banging on it because people are going to wake up and realize they have announced that Will Levis is going to start this game. Oof.
Well, there you go.
I couldn't run to the window fast enough for that one. I mean, you're talking about they're on the road. Will Levis. I guess they're doing it on Saturday because they thought it'd be sneaky. Oh, you know, you're not going to prepare for Will Levis. What the hell is there to prepare for? Just hang out, just wait for the ball to flutter into the defensive backfield. Anyway, Bobby, what is your first pick?
My first pick, I got Bills -4 versus the Colts. I just think this line is a little bit too low. I know Keon Coleman's out. I know, like Steven said, Mark Cooper's still pretty banged up. But I just think, the Colts, I don't trust this team. I get the decision to bench Anthony Richardson, but I think the team's just in a state of disarray right now. And I think the Bills are one of the best teams in football, and they've really trounced some teams that are better than the Colts. They beat the Seahawks. Sorry, they beat the Seahawks up pretty bad. They beat a handful of other teams up pretty bad. I think they'll do the same to the Colts this weekend.
All right, and Steven, jumping on to you, what is your first NFL pick?
I mean, since like Bobby just mentioned the Bills, I'm going to go for a bet from that game. Dalton Kincaid over 49.5 receiving yards. Like when we talked about it before, and Bobby just mentioned it again. No Keon, Amari still banged up. Indianapolis is bottom 5 versus the tight end in nearly every category. He said hit that number twice this season, but like they really haven't needed Kincaid too much. It's kind of been more like the James Cook show this year. But 49.5 yards, he should be able to hit that number easily in what should be a very high scoring game for the Buffalo offense.
So 49.5 yards.
Yes.
And who was that again? I had a glitch on my end.
Dalton Kincaid.
Okay, I thought you said Kincaid, but
yeah.
All right. Okay, Mr. Doug. Oh, wait a minute. I guess I have to make a pick, don't I? Let me see what the number is. The Jets versus the Cardinals, and looking at the over/under in that one, it's been climbing back and forth all week. I'll take it. I was hoping it was going to be a touch higher, but give me the under 46.5 on the Cardinals and Jets. I think these are two defenses that are going to really get down in the muck, and Arizona's defense is a little underrated realistically. And my thought process is on a couple of things, but I still don't think they're hitting on all cylinders, the Jets. And so with that being said, I feel like you have to, it's a 4:25 kickoff, so it's not the jet lag that I'm necessarily concerned about. But Arizona seems to almost blossom in these games where it's like an old-fashioned rock fight. And I think Arizona is going to get themselves a win, but I'm really tempted, and I'll probably end up taking like money line Arizona on Sunday, but I'm kind of hoping that it goes up a little bit with all the New York fans jumping in the late window, because right now it's at 1.5. But I'm going to take the under. But man, I'm really tempted to take that money line. I mean, people keep forgetting like the Jets are not a good football team. They think Aaron Rodgers, they think Devontae Adams. They should be a good football team, but for some reason they're not a good football team. All right, who's next? Is it Doug?
Yep.
Doug, what you got?
I got the Lions at the Texans. Texans are not going to have Nico Collins this week either. I The Texans are going to play halfway decent defense, but I think they're going to get left on the field too often, and I think the Lions, that with that offense, are going to take advantage of that, and they're going to win this game by take the 3.5.
Take the 3.5.
Yep, it's 3.5 now.
With the Texans?
No, the Lions.
Oh,
Lions 3.
Minus 3.5. Okay. Yeah.
Minus 3.5. Sorry.
Gotcha. I thought I misunderstood you. Okay. All right. So Lions minus 3.5. They might be playing the best football in all the National Football League right now. I mean, it's really hard to say that someone's better right now. Not saying that's the way it's going to be at the end. I get it. Kansas City's undefeated, but they're not playing the kind of football the Lions are playing right now, at least offensively. Who's next? Bobby?
Yep. Okay, so my next one, I got the Bears and Commanders game under 44.5 total points. Not the Bears. The Steelers Commanders. I was thinking about the Bears Commanders game because we saw the Commanders offense, with how good it's been, still get stifled by a good defense that the Bears had. I know the Bears defense didn't look good against the Cardinals, but they were missing a lot of guys. But yeah, the Commanders, they have a solid defense themselves. The Steelers obviously have one of the best defenses in the league. I think this is going to be a low-scoring slug match of a game. I think the Commanders are going to win. I think they're going to etch out a close win. But I see this game going under because the Steelers' defense has been very solid.
What was the number again?
44.5.
Under 44.5. Commanders versus the Steelers. That's an interesting game to me, just mainly because of I'm really nervous to start Jaden Daniels this week because that Pittsburgh defense is so damn good, and they're coming off the bye. I'm probably going to bench them. I don't see a pathway unless I'm painted into a corner in the league where I go, yeah, sure, let's take on the Steelers defense and see what happens. Steven, what you got?
I'll keep this moving. I'm going to mimic Doug and go Detroit minus 3.5. They're playing the best football in the league right now. Houston's offensive line is in shambles. Even if Nico Collins is playing, I don't see him being 100%. I don't see how Houston's will be able to stop Detroit.
Does anyone have the line on Detroit's over?
Hang on.
I kind of guess it, but anyways, if Doug's looking,
the over/under is at 48.5, I think.
No, the team total, Doug.
Oh, team total. I'm sorry.
That's all right. What's your pick, Doug?
Oh, my last pick is I've got you got the Bears playing the Patriots. I've got I'm taking the over/unders at 38.5. I'm taking the under 38.5.
Where is that game this week? Is that in New England? Chicago?
Yeah, that's in Chicago.
This is a perfect day this afternoon. If you're sitting around bored, start looking at the wind patterns of what's going on. If there's strong wind in Chicago,
25 to 30 mile an hour expected.
63 degrees. That actually seems balmy for Chicago in November, but still 25 miles an hour. Cleveland. This is the time of year. I know it's not relevant this week, but this is the time of year where you really start paying attention to the Cleveland wind.
To answer your previous question, 26.5 was the Lions team total.
Man, that seems really gettable. Anyways, we move on. Bobby, you're next.
Gotcha. My last pick in the NFL slate, I'm going with the same as Doug. I'm going Patriots Bears under 38.5. The Bears are getting a bunch of key starters back on defense that they were missing last week. That's the reason why they got gashed so bad on the ground. Montez Sweat was out. He's back this week. I see them just stifling the Patriots offense. They won't be able to do much, and we've seen plenty of games this year where the Bears have completely shut their opponent out on defense and just edged out a close win on offense. I think we're going to see another one of those. Give me the under in this game.
I think the most important thing that they get back in this week as well is the New England Patriot offense on the field. Yeah. That's a huge get for the Bears defense. I guess that leaves it back to Steven. Have you made your third pick?
I have one more pick, but you actually have 2 picks, McGee.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
we
that's
skipped
true.
you.
Well, give me the. Oh, I know what it was. Is that the Monday night game? The Steelers? No, it's not.
No, that's the Rams Dolphins.
That's 1:00 kickoff. It's in. Man, I'll tell you what. I just give me the Steelers plus 2.5. I'm hoping tomorrow that you can buy it up at around 3.5. But Steelers coming off a bye. I get it. The Commanders are playing pretty good football, but let's not forget how hard they struggled to move the ball against the Bears. If it wasn't for a Hail Mary at the end, they lose that game. And I just think this is going to be a slobber knocker. It's going to be a good old-fashioned rock fight back there by the dumpster, and that is Pittsburgh Steeler football. So give me the Steelers. I'm probably going to, honest engine, probably jump on the money line tomorrow. I just want to see what it is.
Yeah.
Steven, what is your next pick?
Talk about a slobber knocker. Chargers in Tennessee. I'm going to go under 38.5 there. Chargers games are 7-1 to the under this year. And not only that, Justin Herbert is the most profitable quarterback for the under. I think he's 17-2 in his last 19 games. And Jim Harbaugh is, just his style of football is very slow, methodical, plays very well towards the unders. And like you mentioned before, it is a Will Levis show. Will Levis going against the Chargers defense, who's they're allowing a league low 12.6 points per game. I don't see it ending well.
Yeah, I think the only way they hit that over is if Will Levis finds 3 open receivers for pick sixes. What are you talking about, man? He's wide open. I had to throw it to him. We'll find out if he's colorblind. If it's like it was blue. It's the wrong shade of blue, man. It's the wrong Charger. Don't throw it the Charger blue. So I guess that leaves me. I've been going back and forth. I'm going to go ahead and take it. Give me Minnesota team total over. It's at 24.5. And my only concern about this, so you might be able to get on a lower number tomorrow at kickoff, but with Trevor Lawrence not playing, they may go super conservative in the second half, and you may have a hard time getting past that 24. But I just got to believe that Minnesota, they played a sloppy game last Sunday night. I feel like they're going to clean that up and just torch that thing that they call a defense in Jacksonville. Let's go ahead and get into our stupid underdog picks.
There's no need to fear.
Stupid
Underdog is here.
Stupid underdog. Stupid underdog.
All right, stupid underdog. Got to pull this thing up real quick to see where we're at on the stupid underdog picks. As the stupid underdogs. Well, what is this it? Yep, that's it. Okay. Stupid underdog picks as Bobby is just crushing it. So you can go last, you SOB. Steven,
you're welcome for Vanderbilt handover last week.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was my fault. I thought about taking Vanderbilt, but I was for the fence and came up short with the I covered, but barely with the Gators. Steven, you got first pick. What is your stupid underdog pick? Real quick, for people who may not have seen this before, stupid underdog. You get 2 points if they cover, -2 if they don't. But if your team wins the game outright, you get the whole spread. And so that's the strategy that goes into it. All right. What you got, Steven?
I'm really not seeing any in this week, and I need a home run. And this is called a stupid underdog, so I'm just going to go stupid. Give me Purdue plus 38. I want to see Ohio State fall.
If you hit that,
I'm praying for Ohio State wins.
Bobby's mind's going to melt.
I think all our minds melt.
Oh my God. I can only imagine mid-fourth quarter and Purdue's up by 10. Come over the Buckeyes. Are you kidding me?
Please, Will.
Like I said, there's no logic behind that. I need some big numbers. If I'm gonna go big, I might as well go big.
That's a noon kickoff, right?
Yep, on Fox.
38. I look at some of those things sometimes. I'm like, I'm not that far behind, but I get it, man. You might as well start lobbing Hail Marys. Doug, it's your turn next. What you got?
I got give me USF to beat Navy plus 3.5. I'm going a little bit more conservative than Purdue.
That's a big damn difference, man. I mean, good Lord, plus 3.5 USF to beat Navy. Man, it's a shame of Navy. They were undefeated a few weeks ago. Now they've lost 2 in a row. Nothing.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah, there's something wrong with that quarterback, Horvath, and Navy needs him to run that offense. And when they don't win. Remember, I think they lost last week to Rice, for crying out loud.
Yeah, they did. Well, I do believe that some of that. I'm not gonna blame the whole thing because they did lose by 2 scores. But they had an extremely long rain delay. And then they came out to play, and they had another long rain delay. I mean, I don't even think they got through midway through the first quarter. I think it was like 2 or 3 minutes played. And they had another long rain delay.
Yeah, that's true.
Weather delay, whatever the hell you want to call it. But anyways, so I guess that leaves it to me. And see, no one's really hit any of the ones that I almost went NFL. But that line keeps going down with Georgia Tech. I thought about taking them when it was 12.5, but with Haynes King, it keeps going down. So it's not quite worth the Hail Mary throw on that one. So I'm scratching that one off. And the other one, I think I'm going to throw one up there against the wall. I don't know if I've got the line in front of me. I do not, because they're only showing the Hawaii game. What is the line on Hawaii? Is it still 13-ish?
12.5.
12.5. All right.
12.5. That was one I was looking at too.
I'll go ahead and take him. I've got nothing to base this on other than the fact that it's in Hawaii. It's late as hell. And I don't know how good UNLV really is because I watched them play a couple of Friday nights ago. I believe it was Friday night. And I was not impressed at all. I mean, they just anyways.
Isn't that the team with the quarterback that just said, hey, my like the coaches didn't give me what I wanted for my NIL, I'm out?
Yeah, and they struggle to move the ball down the field because of that, because the kid that's stuck around. And you watch them, and it looks like now that things could have changed by this week, but it didn't look like that they had like much of a play book because they're probably just trying to keep it really, really simple for this kid. And I just kind of what I'm hoping is that those Las Vegas kids go out to Hawaii and want to lay out on the beach for the weekend, and they go, oh crap, we got a game in 10 minutes, and then Hawaii will find the win. Bobby, what you got?
That was my number one, actually. The Hawaii Nevada or UNLV game. I was looking at that one. That was my plan. But I'm gonna pivot. I don't want to do this every week, but I feel like I've been left no choice. This is my number 2 on my list. Give me Vandy plus 6.5 versus South Carolina.
I knew you were going Vandy. I've
done it almost every week now, and it's paid off well. I don't want to pick them, but yeah, Hawaii plus 12.5. That was I was locked in on that one as my number 1. I thought I was going to get it, but I'm going to go Vandy plus 6.5.
I thought about doing it, but I was like, I kind of need a bigger spot. And my fear was that you would take Hawaii, so Vandy would cover, and I'd still lose like 7 points, 6 points, whatever the hell it is.
If I can keep getting 7 points a week out of Vandy,
well,
sitting pretty.
Unless Purdue comes through today.
Yeah.
It's time for our college football picks as we getting closer and closer to those noon kickoffs. And assuming I can find the file, I'll tell you what, man, the way they have this thing designed, Like everything's on the other side of the planet. You have to scroll. It's almost like Wheel of Fortune for me to get to the damn thing. By the way, I don't know if anybody took my advice on the betting market for the election. That came in nice. I heard that, by the way, that Musk had developed some kind of app to keep track of everything. And Rogan said that I guess they were at the party or whatever. And Rogan said that he showed somebody an app or whatever and goes, I'm out of here. It's over. And it was like 4 hours before they called it. I'm like, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he was reading other statistics, but if he developed an app that you could actually figure out, have a decent chance of figuring it out, man, you could make bukus next election cycle. Because I was up for the whole damn thing. I mean, I got to bed around 3:30, and I had to be to work at 7. Like, oof.
I mean, he didn't develop an app. There's been prediction like election algorithms for years.
Yeah, there was.
We just paid someone to get something cheap.
First of all, I wouldn't put anything past him. That's number one. So I would never say never, because when I saw that rocket get caught by a couple robot arms and just lay down, I was like, you know what? There's nothing that guy can't do. But what I think really happened, because the way Rogan and Theo were telling the story, what I think really happened was he was looking at what was in and what was left to be counted. And he quickly did an assessment that she was never going to win enough votes in X amount of states to be able, because once you started getting in the numbers from, like, we'll say like Philadelphia, where her only chance was to, have a huge turnout and it all go her way. That the working class was not going to vote left. They've completely changed over the last 30 years, and it's going right. So I think that's what really happened, but that was their story. I was like, if he actually developed that, by the way, someone should develop that in the next 4 years. I mean, you don't mind being on easy street, because man, this 3 a.m. crap sucks. You get it because every year for years I've done it.
Oh, I bet you could use AI to track like the voting patterns in these counties and stuff over the last X amount of years to predict how they'll vote in the next election and use that to call it a little earlier.
You could, but the problem is this year so many were flipped.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the only thing. I think it was more of using the numbers that he had and using common sense of the trend. But yeah, AI will probably eventually be able to do that as well.
Yeah,
all right, college football picks. We'll let Stephen go first. What you got in the college football market today?
I'm going to go to the night game, Tennessee versus Mississippi State. I'm going to go Tennessee first half minus 13.5. They have not been starting strong recently, but this has been historically a good spot for Heupel and Tennessee. We've seen Mississippi State, and they are just not a very good team this year. They have looked a little bit better with the changing quarterback, but it is just not. They are one of the worst teams in the SEC, probably even college. This is the homecoming game for Tennessee. It's like they're wearing the Pat Summerall blues. I think some positive aggression is due here for Tennessee.
Pat Summerall blues. What are you talking about?
So I think the past couple of years they've worn like blue accessories for like Pat Summerall, Pat Summerall, the coach that was Tennessee women's basketball.
Pat Summit,
yes, sorry.
Okay,
Pat Summit.
Okay. I was like, what is his tied to? By the way, his daughter was just named chief of staff. I had no idea that was Pat Summerall.
That's probably why I had his name on my mind.
That's pretty wild, because I would have never put that together with her, but yeah, the first female chief of staff, and they're like, oh, and what's funny, you watch the news programs, because what I do is I'll put the 4 box and I'll flip around from CNN to Fox to MSNBC to they're always changing the 4th one. but none of them made a big deal of it. They would mention Pat Summerall in passing, like, and he used to talk football on TV. That's what I'm saying. It's Pat Summerall, man. Like, don't even bring it up if you don't understand who he is. God, I miss Summerall and Madden. Can AI bring that back to us? Nice. Yeah. Bobby, what's your first college football pick?
My first pick, I'm going to one of the biggest games of the college football slate. Give me Georgia -1.5 versus Ole Miss. South Carolina's defense was able to completely shut down Ole Miss. And Georgia, I know, Ole Miss kind of has their back against the wall here. Three losses might be the kiss of death for teams hoping to get in the playoffs this year. But Georgia has Tennessee next week, and they know if they lose this one, then they're in a pretty tough spot next week against Tennessee. So I think this is just as much of a must-win game for Georgia as it is for Ole Miss. So I'm taking them to go into Ole Miss today, pick up a big win. I'm gonna take them -1.5 here.
Yeah, I would actually give Georgia a better chance of losing a game against a team that wasn't as prominent as Ole Miss as a look ahead, because they're thinking about the Tennessee game. But there's going to be no issue for that. Now Tennessee's going to get the advantage of they should
the rest of the starters today.
Yeah, they should put Mississippi State away early, and then after that, you would think at some point they would start resting their players, and then that's going to be an advantage for Tennessee. But I believe that game's between the hedges, so there's not much of an advantage. Doug, what you got? College football pick number one.
I got the same game, Georgia and Ole Miss, except I'm going to play contrarian here, and I'm going to take Ole Miss in the 1.5. I'm sitting here looking at Georgia after what I've seen from them. How many interceptions is that quarterback for Georgia going to throw? He averages 3 a game for at least the last 3 games. Is Georgia just going to go ahead and give this game away to Ole Miss defensively?
Y'all said the line on that's -1.5 right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, what the hell? Hunker down, you hairy dogs. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs. Go ahead and who's that running down the track? I'm not doing all that crap. But anyways, I just feel like Georgia is getting overlooked, maybe a little disrespected by this line, because they struggled a bit against Florida, but that is a rivalry game. That is a big-time rivalry game. And also, Georgia did play sloppy to Doug's point. I'm not taking that away. But, I have – other than the game against Arkansas, I have not been impressed by Ole Miss the way I thought I was going to be impressed by Ole Miss this year. And I think a lot of that may have cooled the jets of Florida announcing that they were bringing Billy Ball back for 2025. Either one of two things happened. Either A, they fell out of love with Lane Kiffin, or B, he said, I'm not leaving. And they said, you know what? Let's not do some big damn buyout. We'll get through one more year of this, and we'll see how it.
That's fair. And to Napier's credit, I don't want to give him too much credit because I still think he's a bad coach. They have been better than their record has been better than what I thought it was going to be.
He's done more or less.
The decision making in games and the lack of discipline that this team has is still wildly apparent with Billy Napier's team. So I don't want to give him too much credit. I still think he's a terrible coach, but the record is better than what I thought it would be.
I can't disagree with that, but the one thing I will say, if this team gets to 6 wins, gets in the bowl game, you could make the argument for SEC Coach of the Year. That's how crazy it is, because they're going to beat Florida State unless something just kooky dukes happens.
Yeah,
they got to find one more win, whether it's Texas, Ole Miss. I'm forgetting one. Anyways, they're going to find a win. I think they will before they ever get to Florida State. Yeah. And when they get to Florida State, at that point, that's going to be for a bowl game. I'm telling you, he's going to get votes for Coach of the Year in the SEC. He probably won't win it because they always go to – it's like the Heisman. They always give it to the undefeated team, but whatever. I've been proven wrong with him. I thought he was just a disaster. At least he's doing things in practice. He's building by he's still not what you want in-game coach. I've been saying that for 3 years now.
Well, and one other thing, I guess the fear with potentially firing him next year is, Lagway, he was recruited by Napier. You risk losing Lagway in the transfer portal.
That's a very good point. Now, I don't know if that's what's his story? Did he grow up a Gator fan, or was he just a
No, the reason he actually came to Florida is because he wanted to play football and baseball because he's a great baseball player.
Okay.
And baseball obviously has Florida has a great baseball program. So that's why he came to Florida.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know how much baseball the football team is going to want him to play.
Yeah, I still think football is going to be his thing. I don't know how.
It's going to be old sucker.
Yeah.
You came here to play football. No, you didn't. I mean, baseball. No, you didn't.
Yeah, you're playing football.
Rehabbing during the off season. Steven, what you got on number 2?
He definitely didn't go there to play school, but I was thinking.
Whatever.
I mean, I was going to use no, screw it. I'll back I'll back you guys. Georgia minus 1.5. Kirby Smart is 30-3 as a road favorite. 2 of those those 3 losses have come to Auburn, Alabama, and LSU. I do not see Ole Miss as the caliber of at least Alabama and LSU. I think Georgia rolls today.
And you know what? End up looking like a genius.
You know what it reminds me of? It's not the same numbers, but it's the circumstance of Georgia going on the road and not being very impressive, et cetera, et cetera. And they were getting 5.5 points in Austin. And you're like, what the hell? This doesn't make sense. And you almost took Texas because you're thinking, well, maybe people know something I don't know. And then you're like, no, they don't. They don't know jack crap. Give me the Bulldogs, man. I mean, I know it's not the same players, but Kirby Smart's arguably the best coach in college football currently. Who do we got next? Is it Doug or Bobby?
I think it's me.
Bobby, what you got?
So my next one, I'm going with a late night game out in Utah. Give me BYU versus Utah. I'm taking BYU -3 in this one. Utah, they're riding a 3-game losing streak, and BYU's defense has been fantastic. I think they're going to shut down Utah's offense. And I think BYU is going to cruise to a win in a big rivalry game like you were alluding to earlier. Give me them 3 points.
All right, Doug, what you got?
My next game is a game that nobody cares about, but I think it's the easiest over of the season. Western Kentucky versus New Mexico State. Western Kentucky in conference play is averaging 40 points a game. New Mexico State's defense is probably one of the worst in the country. So give me the over at 51.5.
What time is that game? I saw it earlier.
That's 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay. That's why I can't. 51.5. Okay. That's a weirdly early kickoff for you because I think that game's in New Mexico, isn't it?
Yeah.
What time is it again?
6 o'clock Eastern.
6 p.m.
Yeah, sure enough. Is it maybe? Well, no, it's ESPN Plus. I thought maybe it had something to do with television rights, but that's strange. But whatever. So it's my pick. What's the number now? 4:15 is your kickoff. It's still 6.5. Give me the Vanderbilt Commodores to cover the spread. Vandy plus 6.5. They're at home. They're facing South Carolina, who's always out there spotting dimes and eating onions. Never know what the hell to think of South Carolina. But Vanderbilt's been very, very consistent. And they've at least stuck in the games. Like even the loss to Texas, they lost by a field goal. And you're going to give me 6.5 at home? Give it to me.
They always keep it close, no matter who they're playing, even if it's Georgia State or Texas.
They do. But, it's eventually going to come to an end because it is Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Let's not go crazy.
Hey, they got a bowl. They locked up a bowl game, though. Gotta give them that.
They did?
Yep.
I just hope that they are rewarded with something that's not the Music City Bowl.
Yeah.
Can they get to go somewhere? So I'm pulling for them to win more games. I want to see them to get to go. It'd be really cool to see Vanderbilt near a New Year's Day type of game.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be in the Sugar Bowl or anything like that, but it would be fun for them to be somewhere where the Vanderbilt fans can travel.
Yeah.
and not have to just walk across the street to go to their bowl game. I always thought that was just crap.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't even be eligible to play in a bowl game that's in your city, and the city shouldn't want you because they want to bring in hotel accommodations and everything, restaurants, etc. So hopefully that doesn't happen to Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
Steven, what you got?
Last pick, I'm going to go for the latest game tonight. It's Washington State. The over-under right now is sitting at 69.5, and I'm going to be going the under there. Games with totals of 60 plus points this year are hitting at the under at 61%. And in the past 10 years, games that start after 10 o'clock are going under 56% of the time. That 69.5 is such a high total. And we're not dealing with any offensive juggernauts here. And it's going to be hard for these teams to hit those numbers. There's some offensive power, but there's some decent defenses on both sides.
Something interesting to me on that too is talked about this earlier. That's a cold weather game. It's 44 degrees estimated to be at kickoff there and dropping. And I get it. It's out west. So we're talking about 7:30 their time, but even still, you get down in the 30s and whatnot. And if there's any kind of wind, that one's very enticing. Whose turn is it next? Is it Bobby?
Be me.
Yeah.
What you got?
My last pick, I was looking at Tennessee to cover the full game spread, that minus 25.5 number. But like you guys were talking about, and it kind of crossed my mind too, they could start resting starters in the second half, given they have Georgia next week. And it could be up huge against Mississippi State, who's playing like just not a D1 team. They've been terrible this year. And we saw earlier this year, Tennessee was just smoking the bad teams they're playing, the cupcake games early on their schedule. I think Mississippi State is that caliber of opponent, and I think Tennessee is going to run up the score on them. But considering they could start or bench their starters in the second half, I'm going to go with Tennessee, like Steven. Their first half spread minus 13.5. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid pick. Let me see. That goes to Doug. Doug, what you got?
I got Florida, Texas. Florida offensively, we know what's going on with them, but I think Florida's got a decent defense, and we know what Texas can do. Texas is a little bit inconsistent on offense, so I'm taking the under in this game at 47.5. I think it'll go back and forth for a while, but in the end, Texas will win this game. But it'll be a low-scoring game.
That was the game we were going to do, but without Lagway playing, or if he does playing sparingly, I fell out of love with it. And we're like, man, Georgia Tech, Miami, we got 3 stations in the Atlanta area. They're going to be, let's just go with that. But if Lagway were playing, I really, that was going to be not only one of my picks had he played. I actually thought about that for the stupid underdog because Texas has been known to play with their food a little bit.
Yes.
And Florida, the only thing that you're concerned with when you have Florida coming off the Georgia game, which kind of leans into what Doug picked, they're probably going to be beat up all to hell.
It's true. They're
probably going to be sore, beat up, all that. And so I'm more likely now to take Texas minus the points, but I'm leaving that alone. There's a couple of them here that I've gone, jeez, that number keeps dropping and dropping and dropping, so I'll stay away from that one. But what do we got here tonight? The 7:30 LSU Alabama game. It's 2.5 LSU. That one's extremely, I'm just going to go with my original thought. Give me BYU minus 3. I think BYU. I've been riding that BYU train all year long, and their lines are always lower than they should be. So give me BYU. All right, so what's that?
I said it's probably paid off well.
Yeah, it has. You just figure that train's eventually going to go a little. That well's going to dry up eventually. Yeah. I just don't think Utah's it. I mean, Cam Rising, like you haven't this guy for 2 years. has been playing them along.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm the NFL, I'm not even considering drafting him.
It's going to be like 28 by the time he gets drafted.
It's not just that, but it's if he plays, he's not going to be in the game because he's constantly going to be talking about an injury.
Cam Rising?
Yeah.
He's out for the season.
Mm-hmm.
No, I get that, but he if you remember what happened last year, we were told every year he was week to week. Do you remember that?
Yep.
It was questionable. The only thing questionable was me even thinking about putting money on Utah at all last year. That was the only thing questionable. Questionable on me, not on he was playing the game.
He was a game time decision. I think that week 1 Florida game a year or two ago, he didn't play a single game the rest of the year.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It's absurd.
He's going to try and redshirt.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do know they were giving him NIL money. So,
yeah,
sucker.
Yeah. Go on him.
Whatever money the UNLV quarterback got screwed out of, Cam Rising got it.
He didn't have to do a thing.
All right, so what do we have left? Just locks and one big thing, right? Let's go ahead and get into the locks. I'm not skipping anything, am I? I felt like we went through this a lot quicker than
Survivor.
We're still kind of doing Survivor.
Just throwing our suggestions out there.
Yeah, it kind of got busted up at the beginning the way everything is. Does anyone have any strong feelings about Survivor? I'll tell you who I wouldn't take. I wouldn't take Kansas City.
They're due.
I actually thought about taking them as my stupid underdog. That was the one that I was like sitting on the fence about, but they're playing Denver. So they're playing a divisional opponent, and they're at home. They're coming off a Monday night game. I think there's a good chance for a letdown.
Yeah.
So that's one of the games that I didn't take in the NFL, but I was really, really like it tomorrow. So I would stay away from that one. Does anyone have anyone that they really like on the Survivor that realistically could still be around?
Chargers, Titans. Go with the Chargers, obviously.
Chargers,
Chargers, Titans.
Like if the Chargers lose this weekend, I don't think I'll be betting on football again.
If for some reason you still have the Vikings, that would be a really good one.
Yeah,
I'd say most people don't.
Watch Mac Jones goes off for 5 touchdowns.
The other one that you may not have used at this point, it's still a divisional game, so it makes me nervous. Is on the road, but the Falcons have looked really good.
I know the Bears' offense has been shaky, but it's not a bad bet either against the Patriots.
That's fair, and I wonder how many
probably haven't used them either.
Right. I would say and anyone have the balls to do the Giants or the Panthers in Munich, Germany?
They are punishing Germany for some reason.
I follow
to not have to bet on that game.
I follow the big Survivor pool that comes out of Vegas, and they said this morning that they're down to 151 teams left. Now, when they start off, there's like 20, 30,000, right? And some of them got dusted at the beginning. Only one person got knocked out last week.
Wow.
So they never came back and mentioned who the hell it was. They mentioned the person. They didn't mention who she picked. It's actually a very famous Kelly Stewart. If you're familiar with her, she got knocked out, but they didn't say who she picked. The fact you get that far is pretty damn good.
Yeah. Especially this year. Like just about everybody got wiped out in the first few weeks.
There's been so many losses that have just been crushing. All right, let's go ahead and get into our one big thing and our locks, because we are towards the end, and I've got noon kickoff to get ready for Miami, Georgia Tech right here. If you're listening on any of our external radio stations, keep it locked in. We will go to break during the 15 minutes, but most of the stations are throwing in commercials and whatnot during that. Okay. The lock and the one big thing. Steven, we'll start with you.
My lock, I'm going to go I'm gonna go with Texas minus 22. I just don't think that like with all the injuries to Florida that they'll be able to keep up, and I think like the Longhorns will be looking for a statement game after the disappointments they've had in the past couple of weeks. And my one big thing, yeah, I kind of like your thinking from before. I think the Chiefs fall this week to Denver.
That would be enormous.
Yeah.
And people go, "Oh, I can't believe it!" Like, no, dude, there's a reason why nobody goes undefeated. It doesn't happen. It's crazy. John says the Giants will stomp the Panthers. I wouldn't put money on either side of that. Not to mention, you got to get up at 9:30 in the morning to watch that crap.
I'm not going to be watching that.
Well, I mean, what a swing and a miss that was. Let's get everyone up at the crack of ass and make them watch the Giants and Panthers. They should do a disclaimer over the PA system in Munich, Germany. It says, this is not representative of what our league looks like.
Yeah, are they trying to like do anything they can to not earn that audience, that market out in Germany? Like they're trying to avoid having them as fans. It seems
that game is like it's real life Survivor. Like the winning team, their quarterback gets to keep his job. The loser gets kicked out of the league.
I think just relegate the loser to the XFL.
Nobody thought these two teams were going to be decent going into this season, and they picked that to put it in Germany. That's pathetic.
Yeah.
If I knew some German, I would throw out some explicitive, but Doug, what is your lock and your one big thing?
My lock is Penn State to take care of business with Washington. After what happened to Penn State last week, I think they're going to take out all their frustration and anger on Washington all day long. So Penn State
on that time of the game.
What's that?
Line time of the game.
It's 14 minus 14.
7 o'clock, I think.
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, is that like the Peacock game or something?
I think so. Something like that.
Yeah, 8 o'clock on Peacock.
Oh, 8 o'clock. Okay.
8 o'clock. Okay.
You're actually getting the number at minus 13 is what I'm showing, unless someone's saying.
Okay, it was 14 last night.
12.5 some places.
Well, I'm talking about on the ESPN board that we use, but
gotcha.
I haven't refreshed it in a while, so I didn't know if it had changed. And what's your one big thing?
One big thing is, as a Notre Dame fan, I want to apologize for what we're about to do to Florida State today.
Man, I almost took a stupid underdog.
I don't blame you. If you can take Purdue, you might as well take Florida State. I'm just going to apologize ahead of time, too, because Notre Dame is going to go ahead and run up the score today. For some reason, they feel like they have to. They've done this for the last 2 or 3 weeks because they feel like,
because I seriously doubt I see one snap of it. Like, I'll put it on in the background. If it gets interesting, but this is the first season that I'm like, I'm not sitting through these. Look, I'm still a fan, and they're always going to be my ride or die. But I'm not sitting through these and missing good games throughout an entire night because of some disaster of a season.
I get it, man.
I'll be back next year waving the pom-poms and everything like that, but it's no thank you. I don't even know if I'll have it on. I might just be checking on my phone going, eh.
I was just going to say the only reason they're running up the score is because of that loss they took. That's still saying the NIU selection committee keeps looking at them every week, and I think Notre Dame feels like they have to prove every week that they're worthy of being in contention for the national championship.
Florida State is still playing college football. I know the state of Tennessee is playing college football. Brian the Bama fan, in your face. Bobby, what is your lock and your one big thing?
My lock, I'm riding with the Bulldogs today. Give me them minus 1.5 versus Ole Miss. I feel very confident about that pick. And my one big thing, LSU and Ole Miss, both of those two teams will have their playoffs hopes buried today. This is the end of their hopes for making the playoffs. Even with the new format, it's over.
No.
Right, let me see what the numbers are here. I just want to make sure I've got them correctly. So 46.5. And what was the other one? Oh, they're both. So that'll be easy to remember after that many beers tonight. My lock is going to be a teaser. I'm going to tease the under on Fresno State Air Force and BYU Utah, bringing the totals up to 46.5. I don't think either one of those games even sniff 40, but I like the idea of having a little bit in the bank. It's going to be 36 degrees at kickoff at Air Force. That offense, if you've not watched it, they run the ball, third and long, run the ball, usually in the backwards. They're running it backwards, and they eventually punt. Fresno State's not much better. And BYU, Utah, I think it's going to be one side of that BYU, Utah, and Utah's just not going to be able to cover the spread. My one big thing, 4, maybe even 5 college football playoff teams stumble. Mm-hmm. And when you look at this, I pulled this up. I might as well use it. You look at the numbers right there on who is left in the still fighting for it. So you're talking about the top 12, and you can see them on your screen for those listening on radio: Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, Texas, Penn State, Tennessee, Indiana, BYU, Notre Dame. Notre Dame's going down today. Alabama, Boise State.
So Ohio State to Purdue.
But then look at the outside of it. You're talking about you have SMU and Texas A&M. Some of these teams have nights off, but Bobby's talking about LSU. I mean, man, do not count out LSU. That is a very tough place to play.
It is.
And teams that are still hanging around there, teams like Colorado, teams like is Clemson going to bounce back? Does Army stay undefeated? All that stuff's going on. Is Army Navy? No, sorry, Army Notre Dame. Is that next week?
Yes.
Okay. I'm really hoping Army's still undefeated because that would be kind of fun. They'll probably put on at 9:00 at night at a Peacock or something, but that right there would be a lot of fun. So that's my one big thing. I guess it's 4 or 5 big things. I think 4 or 5 of the teams that are hanging around that top 12, top 15-ish, I think they go down today, and that's going to make a unbelievable stretch run because we're sitting here. What do we have, like 3 weeks left after this? Because you have the 16th, 3 weeks after this, and then of course you'll have so technically 4 if you count the playoff championship weekend. And I just think that those 4 teams, 5 teams, they make a tumble. And if it's someone who just who's just barely hanging on, it's gonna not only does it knock them out, but it kind of solidifies. If a team like Miami wins today and they see teams fall behind them, they know now it's a lot easier for them to absorb a loss, right? So there you go. We'll see you at kickoff. We got a jam. Y'all have a great one. Great job, guys, and happy betting. Just don't take Notre Dame.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game. There's no law against scalping tickets in this part of the country, and premium prices have been paid.
It is the 3rd Saturday in October, and the show is on one more time in Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, here we go. 56-yarder. Does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game.
They're still in deep trouble in midfield. They tackle him. The ball is still loose as they get it to Rogers. They give it back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going into the end zone. But the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heartrending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep, and I mean touchdown, Florida! Tyree Cleveland in a miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
It's a 31-30 game, and what are they doing?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field. and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take his shot at winning. I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska. Incomplete.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. One of the great traditions in college football. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. College football. A matchup from the state of Florida.
Moody flush, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Buck back, third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35-40. Lindsey's got 45-50. 45-40. Run, Lindsey. 25-20. 50. 10. 5. Lindsey's got. Lindsey's got. Lindsey's got. Well, I can't believe it. 92 yards, and Lindsey really got in a foot race. I broke my chair. I came right through a chair, a metal steel chair with about a 5-inch cushion. I broke it. The booth came apart. The stadium fell down. Now they do have to renovate this thing. They'll have to rebuild it now. I didn't mean to beg Lindsey to run, but I had to. You know, this game has always been called the world's greatest cocktail party. Do you know what is going to happen here tonight and up at St. Simon's and Jekyll Island and all those places? Man, is there going to be some property destroyed tonight.
afternoon, football fans. We are just about set for kickoff of Miami, Georgia Tech. We are waiting for, it was set for noon, but a lot of these noon kickoffs that follow the ESPN pregame shows get held up just a bit. So as soon as we get rolling, we will bring it to you. Miami Hurricanes, Georgia Tech, Yellow Jackets. We'll go ahead and kill the music as we're getting set here. And hopefully we'll get ourselves a pretty good ball game here. If you're listening on one of our radio stations, you're wondering why we're not doing Florida, Texas. Well, when it was all said and done, we ended up going with the Georgia Tech game because Haynes King is set to play. And so we thought maybe with that being a home game and going so many radio stations in the Mid-South area, we went ahead and went with Georgia Tech, Miami being undefeated, ranked number 4 in the country. First time in a very long time. And so should be a fun game. Hopefully Haynes King can keep it close and give them a puncher's chance in the end. What you're looking at is a couple of teams that are honestly, Miami's going to try to run the score quick and often, no huddle. You're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of passing. It's the number 1 offense in the country. Georgia Tech's going to try to slow all that down. Georgia Tech is going to do everything they can to try to keep Miami off the field and eat that clock. So that's where we're at, and we're just about set for kickoff. We'll be back to you here in just a second. As soon as kickoff is ready for go time, we will be back. Should just be moments away. All right, we are back and ready to rock here. The Miami Hurricanes are wearing orange top to bottom, orange jerseys, orange pants, white helmets with the U interlocking, orange and green. Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets are wearing navy pants, gold helmets, and here's the kick. It is high and deep. Georgia Tech set to receive, and they will run it out from inside their own goal line. And getting dropped at about the 15-yard line. And that's where they will set up shop here as we begin Miami versus Georgia Tech. Really bad decision to run that out. Not 100% sure what they were thinking there, but they did decide to run it out. And the Yellow Jackets Eric Singleton was the receiver, and he should have kept that for a touchback, but instead, shotgun formation. Here comes the snap. Handoff to the left-hand side, and he will get dropped. I believe that is Singleton again. It is. Number 2 in your scorecard. It'll be second and about 11, about a 1-yard loss. So second and 11. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. Here's the handoff up the middle and running his way up the gut, and he's gone. He's going to the 45, the 50, the 50, the 40, down to the 25-yard line, maybe even the 21 of the Miami Hurricanes, and here we go. Jamal Hayes runs it up the gut and knifing through the Hurricanes defense, and it is a Georgia Tech first down. Wow. First and 10 on the 25. Handoff up the middle. Gonna get about a 4-yard gain. 13-24 to go here in the second half. Second and 5, we'll call it. Just over 13 minutes left here in the first quarter. Long run, breaking up the middle through the Miami defense, sets up a 2nd and 5 from the 16-yard line. Man in motion, 2-back backfield. Here's the shotgun set. Handoff is up the middle, knifing, and that will be a Georgia Tech, rambling wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. Touchdown. Wow, 16-yard run by Jamal Haynes. He was the man for the entire drive, and he cleans up the touchdown. Look out. This is a live dog here in Atlanta. Wow, was that an impressive opening drive. 211, 4 plays, all on the ground, 85 yards. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets on a wild opening possession take a 7-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on the High Noon Kickoff. Welcome back. Georgia Tech with a 7-0 lead. Kick will be from the 35-yard line, and here we go. Miami set to receive. Here's the kick. High end over end kick deep into the end zone. Miami will keep it for a touchback. 12:49 on the clock. Seven nothing your score. The Yellow Jackets took the opening kickoff all the way. 4 plays, 85 yards. 3 of the runs were right up the middle, so Miami will make adjustments there while they get the ball now. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line, 12:49 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Cam Ward hands the ball up the middle and twisting and diving his way. Maybe a 1-yard gain for Mark Fletcher. It'll be 2nd and long. Miami wearing, once again, orange top to bottom. Green and white stripes on the sleeves, green and white stripes down the pants. White helmets, the interlocking U. 2nd and 9. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Down to the left-hand side. Ward drops back to pass, fires it over the middle, and that ball is caught, and that ball is going to be taken all the way to the house. Touchdown, Hurricanes. Holy cow. Elijah Arroyo, 74-yard touchdown run. And just like that, the Canes are an extra point away from tying it up. Wow. Cam Ward on a slant pattern hit his man getting behind the line as Miami sets up for an extra point attempt. And the ball is kicked. It's up. It's good. And the Hurricanes have tied it up 7-7. It was 2nd and 9. And the Hurricanes ran kind of a cross pattern and wide open, gunning down the middle of the field. Was Elijah Arroyo, 74 yards. And 2 big plays have started this game off. If you're wondering, the over-under in this game was 63 and a half, depending on where you were getting your line at. But man, oh man, Miami answers back with the quickness, and it'll be Cam Rising's turn. They did not go to break, so we'll stay right here with you. Yellow Jackets 7, Hurricanes 7. Just 11:59 here in the first quarter, just barely over 3 minutes in. And here's the kickoff from the 35-yard line, high and deep into the end zone. They'll try to run this out again. Here's the return, and once again, same attempt, and Singleton making just terrible decisions to run the ball out of their own end zone. I think I would bench him at this point. Put someone else out there to return. He'll be stopped at about the 16-yard line. Got 1 yard further this time. But any way you look at it, it's a terrible decision to take that ball out. Seven your score. Georgia Tech. Shotgun formation. Spread option. One backfield. Too high, too low. Man in motion. Goes behind. And here's the handoff up the middle. This time the Hurricanes are looking for it. Be about a 2-yard gain. Second and about 8. This is Aaron Philo, who's come into the game, so looks like they're going to be on a snap count with Cam Rising. There is a player down, an injured Miami Hurricane. We'll get his number out to you as soon as we can see it. A little bit blocked right now. Looks like one of the interior linemen. They're going to head to break. We'll take it with them. When we come back, we'll let you know who is down. It's a tie game here in Atlanta. 7-7, Canes and Jackets. Welcome back. The injured player was Simeon Barrow, number 10. Jamal Haynes, by the way, he is injured as well for the Yellow Jackets. Shotgun formation, second about 8 at the 19-yard line of the Jackets. Snap is up, draws back to pass, catch is made, twisting and turning, fighting his way, breaking one tackle, then eventually getting corralled by the Hurricanes for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be third and we'll call it close to 5, maybe a long 4. They're calling it a third and short 5. Jamal Haynes, 3 rushes, 83 yards. He is in the tent right now. Shotgun formation. One back set. One high, 2 low. H-back on the left. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, fires it over the middle, and the ball's going to get broken up. Reading it all the way for the Hurricanes. It was Daryl Porter. Receiver got dropped, probably would have been about a yard short. It's going to be 4th and 5, 10:31 on the clock. Miami set to receive the punt. Georgia Tech, 4th and 5. Here's the snap. The punt is up, high, deep. End over end kick. And the ball is caught. He's going to be dropped right there at the 31-yard line. Good defensive play by number 20 of the Tech special teams. It'll be 1st and 10. Pritchett on the play. Miami takes over. 1st and 10 after scoring. By the way, quick update, Navy leads South Florida 14-0. Shotgun formation, 2-back set for the Hurricanes. Ball at their own 33-yard line. 1st and 10, tie ball game. 10:22 left on the clock here in the first. Here's the snap. Canes drop back to pass. Fires it over, and the ball is deflected at the line of scrimmage. It'll fall harmlessly to the turf. It'll be 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10. Cam Ward is changing the play at the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10, shotgun formation. Drops back to pass, fires it over the left-hand side. Wide open over on the left-hand side. Does the toe tap out of bounds, but he is in for a Miami Hurricane first down. Good pass by Ward. Catch being made there on the outside by Samuel Brown. 1st and 10. Quick snap up off the left-hand side. Mark Fletcher, gain of a couple to be second. About 7 or 8. 10 minutes left here on the clock here in the first quarter. Fast-moving game. 9:52 on the clock. 2nd and 6. Shotgun formation, 1-back set. 2 receivers high, 1 low. Cam making an adjustment, an audible there at the line. 8 seconds left on the play clock. 7, 6, here's the snap. Drops back to pass, fires it over the right-hand side. Wide open on the right-hand side. And the Canes have another first down. Xavier Restrepo with the catch. He's broken just about every receiving record you can think of at the University of Miami. Not a tall receiver, but I've always equated him to like a Wes Welker type. Shotgun formation, maybe Julian Edelman. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 2 low, 1-back set. Here's the snap. Ward drops back to pass, fires it over on the left-hand side, and just out of reach. The diving attempt, tumbling to the ground, Samuel Brown towards the back of the end zone. It'll be 2nd and 10. He had his man beat. Ward just overthrew him by about a yard or so. Usually, a pass that Ward will connect on. 2nd and 10, shotgun formation. Here's the handoff. The snap is up the middle, twisting and getting kind of helicoptered after about a 5 or 6 yard gain. Is the tailback, Mark Fletcher. So 3rd and 5 from about we'll call it the 23-yard line of Georgia Tech. Miami with the ball. 4 receivers, 3 down low, 1 high, 1 back set. Fletcher went in motion, then came back to Ward on an audible. Here's the snap. Ward drops back to pass. Looking. Fires it in the end zone, and it is in and out of the end zone. Incomplete. It'll be 4th and 5. Miami, you would think, would set up with the field goal attempt. And that is exactly what they will do. Place kicker Andres Borealis will come out to attempt about a 40-yard field goal, so very manageable for a very good field goal kicker. Quick score update. The Texas Longhorns have quickly taken a 7-0 lead over the Florida Gators. 3:43 left in that quarter. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good. And the Miami Hurricanes have taken a 10-7 lead. We'll be back in a flash. The Ramblin' Wreck get the ball when we return. Welcome back. The kick is high. The kick is deep. Down about a yard inside the Georgia Tech 1 yard line inside their own end zone. This time Singleton held on to the ball. I'm sure you got a talking to on the sidelines. Should have got a talking to the first time. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Jackets. They trail by 3. Ten to 7 your score. Shotgun formation for the Yellow Jackets, man in motion. Here's the snap, handoff off to the right-hand side. Now it's going to be a quarterback keeper. He'll get dropped for about a 3-yard loss. Haynes King trying to make something happen there. It'll be 2nd and long, call it 12. Second and 12. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff, we're going to have a little trickeration. The Haynes King gets the handoff and a little bit of a wildcat situation. He'll keep the ball and fire it over to the right-hand side. It's going to be a catch just short of the line to gain for the first down by the tight end, Haynes, but he was able to get, they're calling it 3rd and 3. It looked a tad closer than that. But that's where they spot it, 3rd and about 3 at the 32-yard line. Thought he got to about the 33, 34 nonetheless. Shotgun formation. One back set. H-back in motion. Another man in motion. Here's the handoff, the snap, and Haynes King does not have the ball. They were trying to sack him behind the line of scrimmage. He handed it off, and scooting up past the first down was Malik Rutherford on the left-hand side. So a nifty little play. You'll notice that with the Georgia Tech offense. Rutherford, by the way, is out of Miami, Florida. The Georgia Tech offense, you're going to see a lot of motion in the backfield. It's set to confuse the defense. Miami is more of a pro style, where most of their movement is by the receivers going in motion. Georgia Tech, 1st and 10. Here's the snap, the handoff off the right-hand side, a bit of an end around, and rumbling up for about a 6 or 7 yard gain before Smith of the Hurricanes drops Singleton. It'll be 2nd and 3. Hard pop there on the end around. They're calling it 2nd and 4, so we'll go with that. The play is going to be under review. Not sure what they are reviewing. See what the review is. It might be for targeting. They're going to get Smith for targeting. Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be a targeting. Looking at that second time, I thought he got popped pretty hard, but I didn't realize at the time. He actually lowered his head and stuck his helmet out there and got him in the jaw. And you lead with the crown of the helmet like that, that is definitely going to be targeting. That shouldn't take long at all, which means the Canes will be without Smith for the rest of this game. That's a big blow here for the Hurricane defense early on. As they continue to re-show the play. I mean, I just don't see how in the world. I mean, he literally stopped and pointed his head towards him. It's the type of plays that they are trying to eliminate in college football. They're saying that was not a targeting? I mean, if that's not a targeting, what in the heck is? He led with his helmet, hit him in the side of the helmet. Wow. All right. Guess the booth must have Hurricanes must minus the points, because that's a type of play that you will see them use in videos to tell you how not to target. So 2nd and 4. Ball at the 42-yard line. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. King keeps it. He's going to run up the middle, twisting his way. He'll be about a yard short, maybe a half yard short of the first down. Marking, not getting very good spots, by the way, by the line judge. They're being very conservative with their marks. You can see where he was much closer to the first down marker. It should be 3rd and inches. Instead, it's 3rd and a long one. And that's been on both sides of the ball for both teams. Shotgun formation. Haynes King flips it out to the left-hand side, making the catch, just getting across the first down before he gets dropped. Tight end on the play, Jackson Hawes. He got clipped right there at the knees. Just got over the line to gain. It's 1st and 10, Georgia Tech. 3:53 left here in the first quarter. Approaching midfield. Ball at the 47-yard line. Shotgun formation. Too high, too low. Man in motion coming across the back. One back set. Here's the keeper by Haynes King. He will rumble his way for about a 5 or 6 yard gain. We'll call it maybe a short 4. Long 4, excuse me. 3rd and 3 minutes and 23 seconds left here to go in the first quarter. 2nd and a short 6 for the Yellow Jackets. Second and 6, 3 minutes left. First quarter. Shotgun formation. Haynes King, he'll keep it again. He'll rumble just short of the first down. It'll be 3rd and inches. Got tripped up. He was trying to slither his way to the first down marker after keeper up the middle. Shotgun formation. They're going to go under center, and here comes the snap, and it's going to be a bit of a tush-push for a Georgia Tech first down. So 1st and 10. Ball is now at the Miami 41-yard line. 3 receivers high, 2 in the back. Here's the snap. The keeper by Haynes King. He's going to get nothing. Just get back to the line of gain at 2nd and 10. Second and 10, 1 minute, 16 seconds left here in the first quarter. Ball is at the 42-yard line of the Hurricanes. Shotgun formation, snap is high. It's going to be a keeper, and Singleton will get just past the line again. There's a couple of flags came flying out. Might have been a man in motion. May have been the call. Wait for them to clean it up. It's going to be an illegal shift. And it looks like they will take thought they might decline that. It would have been 3rd and long. But instead, they will take the illegal shift and push them back a few yards. The shotgun formation. Pyro's back in under center. Now 3rd and 9. So they ended up, evidently they did end up declining the penalty. Third and 9. Ball at about the 41-yard line of Miami. 3 high, 2 low. That's going to be a timeout. Byron, the backup quarterback's coming. He looks like he's stumbling over the sidelines. I want to check on him, make sure he's okay. We'll be back in a flash. 37 seconds left here in the first. Miami leads it 10-7. Third and 9. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Violet is going to keep it. He's going to rumble all the way into Miami territory down to the 20-yard line, 29-yard line. And it's a Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket first down. Wow. Like I said, he is stumbling. Limped over to the sidelines. Philo, you got to wonder how much more he can take. He has taken a couple of shots. That one there, he really got down before, but as he got back up, he was stumbling over. That's going to end the quarter. When we come back, Georgia Tech's got the ball deep in Miami territory. It's 10-7 Canes. Jackets with the ball. We are back, 1st and 10, Yellow Jackets, 29-yard line, shotgun formation. King with the keeper on the right-hand side. He's twisting, tries to juke a couple of defenders. He'll get maybe a yard and a half. It'll be 2nd and 8, maybe 9. $14:40 left here in the second quarter. Ball placed just outside the 28-yard line of the Miami Hurricanes. Georgia Tech with the ball pistol set. Here's the handoff off the right-hand side, shooting up the right-hand side down the sidelines, getting pushing. Gets out of bounds, but not until he makes it way to about the 7-yard line. Alexander with the run off to the right. A little bit of a different look there for the Yellow Jackets offense. They've been doing more of a spread option. That was a direct handoff in the pistol set. 1st and goal. Yellow Jackets, 13:50 on the clock. Haynes King directing traffic, shotgun formation, one back set. And the Canes come blowing through the line. They are offsides, but were they drawn? Wait for the officiating crew to sort out the mess. It's a big conference, but 3 of the officials see what they come up with. They are going to say it's a false start, so it'll still be goal to go, but push it back 5 yards. Boston College leads Syracuse 7-0. They just began the second quarter. Texas all over Florida so far, 14-0, but Florida is driving. Rutgers 7-0 over Minnesota in the second. We'll give the full scoreboard here in just a bit. So 1st and goal, ball now at the 12-yard line. Shotgun formation, single back set. Here's the handoff of the right-hand side. Similar play, squeezing his way. Did he get in? Singleton just pushed out before he got to the goal line. I'm sure they're going to want to take a look at that. That was very close. He might have stepped out of bounds. He was trying to slam on the brakes. And yes, he stepped out. So that's what they got him for. It'll be 2nd and goal. See where they place the ball. There's an argument for the, yeah, okay. They did spot him at the 4. Originally had him out at the 1. 2nd and goal on the 4. Handoff up the middle. Nothing doing. He's going to get dropped. Singleton for about a 1 or 2 yard loss. It'll be 3rd and goal. So knocking on the door of the Hurricanes. Third and goal. Hurricanes lead the Yellow Jackets 10-7, 12:20 left on the clock. Shotgun formation. Canes in a 4-3 near the goal line here. Man in motion. Single back set. Here's the snap. It's going to be a bubble screen off to the left-hand side and twisting his way into the end zone, and it is a Georgia Tech touchdown. Ramblin' wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. Nifty play there. Weaving his way through traffic. It was a little surprising. I did not think he was going to get through there, but Malik Rutherford with the touchdown. And the Yellow Jackets are back up on top, 14-10. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good. And the Yellow Jackets taking a 4-point lead. 12:02 on the clock here in the second quarter. We'll head to break. It's Miami's turn in a seesaw, back-and-forth, ping-pong type of football game. Tech leads it 14-10 Canes getting the ball when we come back. Welcome back. Georgia Tech is just taking a 4-point lead. Miami Hurricanes set to receive. Ball placed at the 35. Here's the kick. High end over and kick. That'll be in and out of the back of the end zone. And the Hurricanes will set up shop at their own 25, 1st and 10, 12:02 left on the clock. Ohio State leads Purdue 14-0 in the second quarter. Texas the same, 14-0 over Florida in the second. That's your top 12 action, the teams that are in the playoff rankings. All are in action today. Most of the games later on tonight, but you do have the big one, Georgia, Ole Miss at 3:30. Shotgun formation, man in motion, Hurricanes hand the ball up the middle and knifing his way for what looks very close. They're going to spot him just short of a Hurricane first down. Martinez on the carry. No huddle offense. Too high, too low. One back set. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and that will be a Miami Hurricane first down. $11:17 left on the clock. Tech 14, Miami 10. Miami did go into huddle there. As they break, ball will be placed at the 37-yard line, 1st and 10 Hurricanes. Shotgun formation, one back set, H back up. Here's the snap, play action pass. Here comes the blitz. Cam Ward with a ton of time. He'll flip it over to the left-hand side, in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Restrepo, but there is a flag down. He tried a one-handed catch, but it looked like that the defender may have held him, and that's going to be the call, holding on the Hurricanes. So, Kyle Efford from Decula, Georgia, was the man getting called for the hold. 6'2", 230-pound linebacker, sophomore. 1st and 10. Ball at the 47-yard line of Miami. Here's the shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, and rumbling his way up for about a 5-yard gain here on 1st down. Damian Martinez, 2nd and 5 Hurricanes. No huddle offense. Too high, too low. One back set. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Ward, plenty of time, fires it down the left-hand side, and that ball is going to be overthrown by about 5 yards, maybe even 6 or 7. It'll be 3rd, and they're now saying 3rd and 6. Originally had 2nd and 5 up. Miami definitely believes that they can take advantage of this Georgia Tech secondary. They have been throwing some deep passes. I'll tell you what, Tech fans, it looks like they got away with a hold. There was a mugging down around the 10-yard line on that play. Anyways, 3rd and 6. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. Single back set, Ward. Waiting for the snap. Here it is. Drops back to pass, fires it over the right-hand side, and just incomplete, 4th down. You would think that Miami would probably go for it here, but there is a flag down. So let's see what the laundry's about. Holding on Miami. Now this will be interesting. Does Georgia Tech accept it and make it 3rd and 16, or do they decline it? They will decline it and make it 4th and about 6 at midfield. Will Miami try to? Looks like Miami is going to punt. Thought they may go for it here. Still early on, but nowadays it's not as crazy as it sounds for teams to go for it on 4th and 6 at the 49-yard line of Georgia Tech. Here's the punt, and here's the snap. It's high, it's deep, end over end, calling for a fair catch down at the 10-yard line, and that is where they will set up shop. Georgia Tech leading by 4, but they are deep in their own territory. We'll be back in a flash. High Noon Kickoff, Jackets and Canes, here on Braves Country Radio. Welcome back. Georgia Tech leads this one 14-10. The Yellow Jackets with the ball after the Miami punt. 1st and 10 at their own 10-yard line. Shotgun formation, one back set. Now in the pistol on the audible. Here's the handoff up the middle, knifing his way. About a 2-yard gain, we'll call it. It'll be 2nd and 8 for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Jackets 14, Hurricanes 10. Ball at the, we'll call it the 13-yard line. 2nd and 8. Here's the snap. And it's going to be a keeper up the middle. And just about a yard short. Good rumble by King. Just shy of a first down. But it'll be 3rd and very manageable. 3rd and a long one. Or a very short 2, however you look at it. They're calling it 2. Once again, did not get a good spot. These referees on both sides of the ball, they are calling the short side of the gains. May lead to the under. You never know how that plays out. So 3rd and a long 2. Under center. Here's the snap. Another bubble screen. Off to the left-hand side, and he will get dropped. Helmet come flying off. But it was a Hurricane helmet. The receiver on the play, Malik Rutherford, says that he got face mask, but I don't know if you can see in that there was a ton. He may have gotten. And once again, there's a lot of helmets clanking into each other. And when you didn't call the obvious targeting on the first one, you're really lending yourself to some violent collisions right there. But it will be 4th and 1, and Tech will decide to punt deep in their own territory. Be a perfect setup for a fake, but if it doesn't work out, that would be quite the disaster. You better get it if you go for it. 7:55 on the clock. Be a perfect time for the old punt Ruski. The play is under review. The only thing, well, they could be looking at a couple of things, but where the ball was on the line to gain, but it also could once again, I mean, another Miami defender leading with the crown of his helmet. They didn't call it last time, so they may not call it this time. They're going to take a break. We'll be back. When we come back, it'll either be 4th and very short with the punt team, or the Jackets will get a penalty and a first down. We are back, and it is 4th and 1. Here's the punt from the Yellow Jackets, and the ball will be kicked all the way down to the 33-yard line. That's where Miami will get the ball, letting the ball drop out in front of them. Be 1st and 10. Shotgun formation for the Hurricanes, just trailing by 4 with the ball. 7:32 left on the clock. Here's the snap up the middle, twisting and banging his way for about call it a 3, maybe even 4-yard gain. I think they'll give him just over 3. Shotgun formation, play action pass. Ward's going to run down the left-hand side, and he'll dive across for a Miami Hurricane first down. Cam Ward 3 for 8 on the day with 109 yards, 1 touchdown. They've had some opportunities. Some open receivers that he's just missed. 1st and 10, shotgun snap. Faking off to over the middle of the field and fires it on the left-hand side. The pass is caught short of the first down, but it should be 3rd and very manageable. Isaiah Horton on the catch. Second very manageable, 2nd and 3. Ball just past midfield. Here's the handoff, the snap, rumbling up the left-hand side and getting a sizable gain. Damian Martinez, and it's a Miami Hurricane first down. Here's the shotgun snap, handoff to Martinez once again. He'll slither his way up for about a 3 or 4 yard gain. 2nd and about 6. Jackets 14. Hurricanes 10. Shotgun formation. 2nd and 5. Here's the snap. Ward drops back to pass, fires it over the middle, just over the extended reach of his wide open receiver, Xavier Restrepo. Man, oh man, did he have himself wide open. Said this before and I'll say it again. Really does remind me of Wes Welker more than Julian Edelman. Such a quick release off the line of scrimmage. He's got this quickness. He's got the speed to get into the back of the secondary. 3rd and 5. Ball at the Georgia Tech 36-yard line. Shotgun formation. Ward doesn't like what he sees. He's going to call an audible real quick. 3 seconds on the play clock. 2, 1. Here's the snap. Fires it over to the left-hand side. Open on the near the sideline and making the catch for a Miami first down. Good catch over there by Isaiah Horton. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Miami with the ball at the Georgia Tech 30-yard line. 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Screen pass. A setup on the left-hand side. He's going to get dropped behind the line of scrimmage. About a 3-yard loss. He was absolutely clobbered in the backfield, reading it all the way. Nifty defensive play there by Omar Daniels of the Yellow Jackets. Good to see you, James. I'm surprised we didn't see you at the Pete Rose show. I hope everything's okay. Shotgun formation. 3 high, 1 low. Here's the snap, fakes the handoff, and Ward's going to try to run for it, and he's going to dive ahead, be about 5 yards short. It'll be 3rd down, making the defender miss. Kind of gave him a juke step and dove to the inside. If he could have kept his footing, not only would he have had a 1st down, he had room to run. He might have even scored. 3rd and 5, 3:11 on the clock here remaining in the first half. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 3 low. Empty backfield. 4 coming for the Yellow Jackets, man in motion. Here's the snap. Fires over the right-hand side, bubble screen. It's going to get dropped for about a 2-yard gain, so it'll be 4th and 3. Will the Canes go for it? Or will they send Andres out there to bring it within a one-point game? Excuse me, I had baseball in the brain. I almost said 1-run game. Looks like they will go for it. Not a shocking decision in today's college football. So 4th and 3, ball at the 23-yard line of the Yellow Jackets. Shotgun formation. Here's a snap. Looking all day. Has all day. He's gonna try to run for a 1st down. Turns around. He's gonna have to try to fire it, and the ball is gonna fall incomplete. Dangerous throw by Ward. He's lucky that didn't get picked off, but at 4th down, you get why he gave it a go. He was twisting around. He thought he was going to be able to run for the 1st down. Instead, the pursuit made him spin around, kept his balance, I believe. I don't believe he touched the ground with his knee. Shot back up and flipped it. Man, was that close. It looked like he had ice skates on. He was sliding all over the field. His main man, Restrepo, was trying to get back to him, and the throw off balance as he was trying to get it out there to Restrepo. Was his knee possibly down? His knee may have been down during the throw itself. I was more focused on when he was scrambling. When he was throwing, yeah, I believe that knee was down. They didn't give it to him. Would have only been a few yards difference nonetheless. Shotgun formation, handoff up to the right-hand side, and he'll be stopped for about a 1-yard loss. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning, and it does believe that the runner he's banging his feet, I think it's his hamstring. It looked like the hamstring for Chad Alexander. He was punching the ground, then he was holding his left leg. Couldn't tell if it was hamstring or if it was his calf. You almost wonder if it's a Charlie horse because he's trying to stretch himself out. Hopefully it's nothing serious. So time will be called, so that will not take us to the 2-minute warning because it's 2:03 left on the clock. They're staying here because we're so close to the 2-minute warning. They're wanting to save that TV timeout for when that takes place. So we're going to go ahead and hit the college football scoreboard while we are waiting on that. They are late in the second quarter. Ohio State leads Purdue 14-0. They do have the ball in Purdue territory, Ohio State does. Florida trails 21-0 against Texas. They are on the Texas side of the field with the ball. Gators trailing 21-0. Syracuse, Boston College, 14-7. .455 left in the second quarter there. It looks like they're going to go ahead and wind the clock down. So 2nd and 12 for the Jackets, and we will be back in a flash. 2-minute warning before we hit the half. Welcome back. Georgia Tech with the ball on their own 21-yard line, 2nd and 12. Shotgun formation, man in motion. King drops back to pass. Actually, that's Hilo. He'll fire it down the left-hand side. Ball is juggled, knocked away, almost picked off by the Hurricanes. It's 3rd and 12. So they came out of the timeout trying to hit a deep pass instead. And the Hurricanes, well, we got another injured player down. Let's see who this is. Looks like it's Jaden Harris. He's holding his knee. He was a part of that collision down there. He went diving for the ball. He hit his side. And you hope it's just the wind knocked out of him. You ever had that? You know what that's like. But they are... looks a little more serious than that because he's been down for a minute. Holding his arm and seeing if he's got any the range of motion that he has. But I don't want to speculate. So we'll hit the scoreboard once again. Rutgers leads Minnesota 14-9. 43 seconds left in the first. Boston College and Syracuse, it's tied up. Boston College led that game 14-0. I've had it on in the background. And Syracuse has come roaring back. They've just went to halftime, and 14-14 your score. West Virginia's 17-7 over Cincinnati. They're heading towards the half. Texas State blowing out Louisiana Monroe. It's 28-0 at halftime. Navy up 14-0, heading towards the break. Liberty and MTSU, Murfreesboro, hanging in there. It's 7-7. 3 minutes left in the first. All the other games have not kicked off yet. So 3rd and 12 now, a minute 53. And if they don't get this, they're going to have to punt inside their territory. And Miami have a good chance. Here's the snap. Shotgun pass. Fires it over the left-hand side, in and out of the hands. Pretty good pass. Should have been caught. Rutherford dropped the ball. Little high, but you got to make that catch. Would have been a first down. Ball was out to the 48 on that throw. That was definitely, it was a good read by Philo, and a pretty accurate pass. Once again, you got to make that catch if you're going to pull off the upsets. 4th and 12, punt formation. Minute 48 left here. Second quarter. Here's the snap. Kicks it high. Kicks it deep. End over end punt. And then going to be returned. And the Hurricanes are going to shoot it out all the way up to the 45-yard line. There is a flag on the play. Curious to see what this call will be. It appeared to come out after the punt. It is a hold on Miami, so that'll back them up. See where they spot the ball there. It all depends on where the infraction took place. But it'll be 1st and 10 Hurricanes. Minute 38 left here in the half. They've got a chance to either take the lead or get within a point. Plenty of time for this offense. Cam Ward 7 of 14 on the day, 123 yards. But it hasn't been necessarily the Georgia Tech defense. He's just been a little off today. Georgia Tech hasn't really taken advantage of that with just a 4-point lead. Shotgun formation. Ward fires it over the left-hand side. The ball is caught and getting up very close to the first down marker. I believe he's going to be about a half yard short. It's on to the right-hand side. The catch was made. There's a shotgun snap, no huddle. And Martinez will push his way through for a Miami Hurricane first down. .111 on the clock. The clock will stop while they move the change. Shotgun formation. Ward fires it up deep down the sidelines, but overthrows his man. Well covered. Shrinking down the sidelines was Jacoby George. It'll be 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 from the 46-yard line. Tech's got a man down on the field. Trying to make out who that is. Both of the trainers are kind of covering up his number. It is Sylvian Yanyan. He's from Belgium. They've got him sitting up now. And he may have gotten the wind knocked out of him. The way he's reacting, he appears to be okay, but he does have to come off the field. defensive lineman. Something different in today's game, seeing a defensive lineman wearing number 32. So shotgun formation, 2nd and 10, 1:02 on the clock. Ward fires it over to the left-hand side, bubble screen, and dropped at about the line of scrimmage. May have got a half yard. It'll be 3rd and 10. And here's the game that Miami has to start playing with their side of it. Do you speed this up, or do you kill the clock because you don't want Georgia Tech to get the ball back? Does appear a timeout has been called, a quick timeout. Can't imagine that they're not showing it on Miami's end, but I can't imagine that was a timeout by Georgia Tech. If you get the ball back here, you're most likely to be pinned deep in your own territory with less than a minute left. So I'm going to assume that it is the Miami timeout. They have not marked. There it is. They finally marked it. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 9. The ball is fired over the middle. Incomplete. And Georgia Tech will force a punt for the Hurricanes. 55 seconds left here in the second quarter. A timeout is being called? Did Georgia Tech call their time? Georgia Tech called a timeout just before the ball was snapped, and that might come back to haunt them. Wow. Bad decision by Brent Key and company. The pass was incomplete. It was a bad throw. They had just called a timeout just before the snap. So 3rd and 9. Wow, was that a bad decision? Shotgun formation. 2 back set, 2 high, 1 low. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Seems to be some confusion at the line of scrimmage. 3 seconds on the play clock. Here's the snap. Ward drops back to pass. Bouncing, fires it over the middle. That ball's caught in and out of the hands. It will be dropped. Incomplete. The receiver for the Canes, Sam Brown, had the ball in his hands and he was walloped. As he was coming across the middle, Omar Daniels, who's having himself a pretty good game, was the man that knocked the ball out. So it will be 4th and long. Canes will send the punt team out there. Georgia Tech with just 1 timeout, so you got to figure they're not going to try to do anything crazy. Here's the kick. It's high and deep, and end over end punt. It'll bounce down inside the 6-yard line. And that's where Georgia Tech will get the ball, and you got to figure now they're just going to be trying to run out the clock. But it is Georgia Tech, and it is their offense. They like to run the ball, and they're pretty darn good at it. So don't go anywhere, because you could get a bust up the middle like we had earlier in the game, go for a long, long run. Halftime's coming up. When we come back off of the other side of the halftime break, we'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard and then bring you the second half kickoff. Those here on YouTube will have the music playing during halftime. Those of y'all on your external radio stations throughout the country, we will go to your local feed for weather and news. Here's the shotgun formation. Snap. Keeper by King, and he's going to rumble all the way down the right-hand side. Does he get out of bounds? He does at the Georgia Tech 39-yard line. My word. Wow. 1st and 10, 33 seconds left on the clock, still with one timeout. Now the ball to the 39-yard line. Shotgun formation. This will be Philo dropping back to pass, and he gets dropped for just about the line of scrimmage. Might be for about a half-yard loss. 28 seconds left on the clock, and Tech will use its final timeout. I don't know about that play call. They took King out to bring in Philo, who's kind of looked upon more as the better passer, but then they get a quarterback keeper. I guess they were thinking they would catch him off guard. They did not. That play did not work at all. So Key and the Tech offense trying to get in field goal range before we get to the halftime. Georgia Tech leads at 14-10. So 2nd and 10, 28 seconds left. Ball is at the Tech 39. Here we go. Pistol set. Shotgun formation. Here's the handoff up the middle, and they'll dive ahead for about maybe a 1-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 10, so strange play calls here by Brent Key and company. Looks like he's going to be happy to go to the half. Man, what a terrible decision-making on Key's end. He's going to take it to the half. He's got the ball at midfield almost. He had almost 30 seconds left. A couple of decent plays, and you're in field goal range. And Miami gets the ball to start the second half. So a real head-scratcher by Brent Key. He's made about 3 really strange choices, just bad clock management across the board by Key and company, but they've got the lead. We'll come back here in a few minutes. The Hurricanes get the ball trailing by 4. Welcome back. Georgia Tech is set to kick off. Here's the kick. It's high. It's deep into the end zone and dropped. It's going to end up being a touchback. The Hurricanes will set up shop at their own 25-yard line. We'll be going right to left across your radio dial. Miami trails this one 14-10. Though a lower scoring game, it has not been without offensive explosions. And it appears that Cam Ward is just a little off today so far. See if he can get that together. They've definitely had some open receivers down the field. Shotgun formation, ball on the 25-yard line. Here's the handoff off the left-hand side. And rumbling all the way past for a first down for the Hurricanes out to the 39-yard line of Miami. First down for the Canes. 14:37 here in the third. Shotgun formation. Cam Ward, single back set. One high, three low. Here's the handoff up the middle and slicing his way for about an 8-yard gain. Easy run for Martinez, 2nd and 2. The Canes appear to be coming out here wanting to attack the Yellow Jackets on the ground. Jackets trying to stop the Hurricanes here on a handoff up the middle. Fighting his way is Martinez. He is really close to a first down. If he didn't get it, it's going to be third and very short. They did call it a touch behind the line to gain, but it's not by much. Maybe the length of the football. Hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in 1 second. Ohio State 24-0 over Purdue. That game is in the third, midway through the third. Texas all over Florida, 35-0. Just beginning the third quarter. Here's the handoff up the middle. It's going to be a Miami Hurricane first down. Martinez with the run. First and 10, Canes. There's a quick injury timeout. Georgia Tech out there checking on, trying to see who that is. It appears to be Mari Harvey, and it is Mari Harvey. He's from Tallahassee, Florida. He'll stand up for a second. They're going to take a really quick break. We'll take it with them when we come back. Miami driving into Georgia Tech territory. Welcome back. Out-of-town scoreboard looks like this as we continue on here, waiting for the action to resume. Syracuse 14-14 versus Boston College. That game is in the beginning of the third quarter. West Virginia 24-7 at Cincinnati halfway through the third. Texas State 28-7 over Louisiana Monroe midway through the third there. Navy's bouncing back. They're up 21-0 over South Florida. 10 minutes left in the third quarter. Liberty has jumped out to a one-touchdown lead 5 minutes before halftime against Middle Tennessee State. Got a lot of games kicking off at 3:30. But at 2:30, UConn is at UAB. 3 o'clock, you got Marshall versus Southern Miss. That's all your action here in week 11 of college football. Last night, if you missed it, Memphis came back to beat Rice 27-20. UCLA held off Iowa at home 20-17. Cal took care of business in Wake Forest, winning by 10. We're back to the action. Shotgun formation. Single back set. Ball is handed off to Martinez. He slips, catches his footing, but he'll get stopped at about the line to gain. It'll be 3rd and 10. Maybe a really long 3rd and 9. Syracuse, by the way, has just taken a touchdown lead. They just scored on BC. Still midway through the third quarter there. So a lot of time to go on that one. Shotgun formation, single back set. H back up, one high, two low. Here's the snap, going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the handoff and running it up the middle off the right-hand side. Martinez once again. It's really significant that they have pretty much decided they are going to commit to the running game on this possession and push the Yellow Jackets around. 3rd and 3. Snap, handed off the middle. Martinez, he'll be stopped for about a 1-yard gain. Whoa, what was that? Late push by Restrepo. Looked like extracurricular activity. Could have drawn a flag. I see what happened now. The Georgia Tech defensive back gave a forearm shove, and then Restrepo pushed behind him. You could have given a flag on either or both of those, but instead it's 4th and 1. Miami going for it on the Tech 39-yard line. Play action pass. Rolls out to the left. Fired over to the left-hand side, and that ball is incomplete. The Yellow Jackets will take over. Turnover on downs with a 4-point lead. Wow. Gutsy call there by Cristobal. Really poor throw. Looked to have his man wide open in the flat. But the receiver got turned around. I couldn't tell if it was Ward just late getting the ball out there or if the receiver turned initially wrong on the wrong route. But nonetheless, he got twisted and turned around, and the ball fell harmlessly to the turf. And Georgia Tech will take over the ball. When we come back, it'll be 1st and 10. Yellow Jackets on their own 39-yard line, leading by 4. Welcome back. Miami trails 10-14. We are just getting going here in the third quarter. Georgia Tech has just forced a turnover on downs, and they'll get the ball at their own 39-yard line. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Bunch set. Here's the snap. Keeper off to the right-hand side. It's Haynes King. He's going to slither his way down the right side, and he will bully his way for a Georgia Tech first down. Good heads up, kind of just knifing his way in between the traffic. First and 10. Still a lot of time left. 10 minutes, 42 seconds left. You caught us up at the top of the game. We talked about how Tech's game plan is going to try to keep the ball away from Miami and need as much clock as they can to shorten the game. They don't want to get in a shootout with the Hurricanes. Here's the snap, handoff on the left-hand side. It's going to be an end around, and getting pushed out at about a yard short of the first down was John Singleton. Really quick. Extremely quick receiver, but he does get a lot of carries in the backfield. More of a slot receiver. 21-20, by the way, in Boston College. They're about to kick the extra point. If they tie it up there, they still got a long way to go. Good old-fashioned shootout in the ACC. 2nd and 1. Keeper on the right-hand side. Haynes King will push his way forward, and it is a Georgia Tech first down. Good job by the Jackets to push themselves into Miami territory. 1st and 10, ball at the 36-yard line. I'd like to thank everyone who's out there listening in Radio Land and those of y'all in on the YouTube. We're unable to share it to Facebook this week. There's a lot of problems with them internally. 1st and 10, handoff up the middle and twisting and diving his way for about an 8, maybe even 9-yard gain. Wow, is Georgia Tech moving the ball. Good run by Conley. Trey Cooley. Excuse me, I think I said Conley. It's Trey Cooley. 2nd and 2. It looked closer than that, honestly. It looked like about a yard short, if that. But 2nd and 2. Handoff up the middle, and no, he's going to fake it. Haynes King goes around the right-hand side, and he has to evade 2 or 3 tacklers, dives ahead for a Georgia Tech first down. Nice bit of running by King. It's coming up a little gimpy, but he does appear to be okay. We have not seen Zach Pyron on this possession. But here we go. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Handoff up the middle. Probably about a 1-yard gain, we'll call it. Looked like that was a run by Anthony Carey. Anthony Carey gets the 1 yard. 2nd and 9. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 9. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Fires it into the end zone. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver, John Singleton. That was Pyron. 3rd and 9. What I have noticed here is when King is in, they do not throw at all. So maybe the injury is hampering him. You got to figure Miami's going to pick up on that. Pyron will stay in the game on 3rd and 9. I don't know why they didn't continue to run the ball. They were moving it really well, but instead it's 3rd and 9. Drops back, fires it over to the right-hand side. He's got a man. Did he hold on to it? Dives into the end zone. Did he catch it? He did. Touchdown, Jackets! Chase Lane with the diving catch. It's 20-10. Rambling wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. Looking at the replay, it's going to be, man, that's he held on to it. What a catch. He was out extended as far as Lane could go. He got his right arm under it and made sure it did not hit the turf. As he slid across the grass, he pivoted his way and kept the ball off the turf. What a great catch. Pretty good throw by Pyron, but an outstanding catch by Chase Lane. Man, is that a great name for a receiver or what? And it's 20-10. They're taking another look at it, but he definitely caught that ball. So 20-10. Still a long way to go here, Hurricane fans. Or maybe folks who just might have bet one way or the other. Remember, they struggled against Duke. And then the fourth quarter hit, and the doors got blown off. So what could be an 11-point lead here is nothing for the Miami Hurricanes. Still with 21 minutes left in this game. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good. Good dot. 21-10. We'll head to break. The Rambling Wreck trying to shock everybody in the football world for the second time this year. Welcome back. Georgia Tech has jumped out to an 11-point lead, still with a long way to go in this one. Here's the kick by the Jackets, high and deep in the Hurricane end zone, and they're going to take it out and get dropped at about the 16-yard line. Well, Miami will take over at their own 16. Probably should have fair caught that one. Trying to make something happen. You can understand why youngster decided to take one out, but when you're trailing by 11, your offense has really been struggling to move the ball. Last thing you want is, I believe that was Ray Joseph. Last thing you want to do is start deep inside your own territory. 1st and 10, 17-yard line. Ward, one back set, 3 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. Plenty of time. And here comes a possible sack. Eludes it and fires it in and out of bounds. 2nd and 10. Don't believe he's going to be called for an intentional grounding. He was inside the pocket, but he did have a couple of receivers over there. 2nd and 10, very close to getting sacked back there. Remember, Cam Ward, his entire career, has a little bit of a bugaboo of fumbling the football when he's hit back there. He almost got blindsided. 2nd and 10, here's the snap. Flips it over to the left-hand side. Open, making the catch, twisting his way, and getting upended, but it will be a Miami Hurricane 8-yard gain. But Jaden Daniels, once again, the heck of a defensive play. He has been all over the place today. I think I said Jaden Omar Daniels. Thinking of fantasy football, right? 3rd and 1. Look closer to 2, but they got a friendly spot. Ball in their own 26-yard line. Big play here for the Hurricanes. Last thing you want to do is give the ball right back to Georgia Tech. A timeout out is called by Georgia Tech. Really questionable timeout here. It's the only thing that I can say that Brent Key has not done well today is clock management. But other than that, his team appears to be fully ready for today's ball game. It's going to be a quick 30-second timeout, and maybe they're trying to prevent a big play that they may have seen in the setup. The ball's at the 26-yard line of Miami. 3rd play of the drive. .641 left here in the 3rd quarter. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 1. Handoff up the middle, slithering his way for a Hurricane 1st down. First and 10. .530 left on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Clock continues to tick. 1st and 10, shotgun formation, single back set, 1 high, 2 low, going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the snap, fires it over the right-hand side. Wide open catch is made, and twisting his way for about 7 or 8 yard gain. Thought he might actually break a tackle there. Jacoby George on the catch. It'll be 2nd. They did give him 8, so 2nd and 2. 2nd and 2, shotgun formation, all day to throw. Fires it over the right-hand side, making the catch for a Miami Hurricane 1st down. Once again is Jacoby George. First and 10 Hurricanes. Ball is on their own 44-yard line. 4 receivers, 3 low, 1 high, single back set. Here's the snap. Ward drops back to pass. Fires it across the middle. Smacked. But it is a Miami Hurricane first down. If you remember, beginning of the game, the touchdown by the Hurricanes was a slant to Horton, and they have found something there. It went all the way to the house last time. Here's the handoff on 1st and 10. About a 1-yard gain by Martinez, 2nd and 9. So they're definitely trying to set up the Yellow Jackets and go back to that play. We'll probably see that at least one more time before the game ends. 2nd and 8. Ball at the Georgia Tech 40-yard line. They got down here last time and stalled out on a 4th down. 2nd and 8. Empty backfield. Ward drops back to pass. Not much of a pass rush. Fires it on the left-hand side. Wide open catch down to the 21-yard line. And Restrepo makes his appearance for the first time in a long time, and it's a Miami Hurricane first down. Off-balance throw by Ward, but was able to get it there. 1st and 10. Fires it over to the right-hand side. He had single coverage, and they're going to throw a flag. That ball did not look catchable, number 1. We'll have to get another look at that. Could be wrong on that. But Tobe Zachary looked like he had locked his man down. He got the pass interference call, so it'll be half the distance to the goal. See what happens here. Really, if you're going to call him for anything, it would be a hold. But that's the call on the field, so first down, regardless. Just moves the ball up a little closer. It'll be 1st and goal. Canes trail by 11. Knocking on the door of the Yellow Jackets goal line. Put the ball all the way down to the 8. 1st and goal. Here's the snap. Fires it to the left-hand sideline. Wide open, and it's a Miami Hurricane touchdown. Horton went back to the well. Isaiah Horton with the catch. 8-yard touchdown catch. It was a back fade. He had his man easily beat. When you look at the size of Horton, you almost wonder, like, why have they not been going over there more often? He's 6'4". The man covering him on that play was Shelly Rodney. He is 5'11". He has no shot. And he does not look 5'11". He looks closer to 5'9". So the Canes will go for 2. Down by 5. Shotgun formation. They went right through the Georgia Tech defense on this one. Tech leading by 5, but here's the 2-point conversion. Shotgun formation. 2 high, 2 low. Single back set. Ward looking around. Here comes the snap. He'll look over, look over, look over. He's got plenty of time. Now he's getting flushed out of the pocket, and he's going to get dropped. He gets dropped, and he fumbles the ball, so Georgia Tech falls on it, and the Tech Jackets hold to keep it a 5-point lead. But not before Miami puts 6 on the board. It's a 5-point game. Remember, we talked about Cam Ward is very susceptible to fumbling the ball in the backfield. In fact, before he started here at Miami, he averaged 2.5 turnovers a game. And a lot of those were fumbles. He just does not secure the ball. Tech would have loved to have had that during that drive to be able to flip the field, but instead comes on the 2-point conversion. He just kind of carries it like a loaf of bread. it's fine to do that when you're out there by yourself and you're scrambling around, but when you got the pressure on you, he had 4 guys closing in on him. You got to put that ball up. They will not go to break, so we'll stay right here. 2:43 on the clock here in the third quarter. Georgia Tech leads by 5 after the long drive by the Hurricanes. Here's the kick from the 35-yard line, high and deep into the Tech end zone. This one will go in and out. Wynn aiding that out of the back of the end zone. Probably a great thing for Yellow Jackets is Singleton. Give him half a chance he's going to return that out. So Georgia Tech will get the ball at their own 25-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10. Georgia Tech, Philo and King have been going in and out of the lineup. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Hands it off to the right-hand side. End around. Flying around the sideline. He'll get a first down. And Georgia Tech, gain of about close to 20 yards. Singleton on the run. He's got just such great speed. If you can get him off that edge, there's really no way to stop that unless you're going to spread your secondary out wide, and then that's what happened when they ran it up the middle on Miami, and they went straight up the middle and got him. 1st and 10. That was the very first drive of the ball game if you're just joining us. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation, pitch out to the right. Rumbling for about a maybe 4 or 5 yard gain. That time on the play is Trey Cooley. They gave him 4, so it'll be 2nd and 6. Tech 21, Miami 16. Canes undefeated. Number 4 in the country, 9-0, 5-0 in conference play. Georgia Tech, 5-4, 3-3 in conference play. 2nd and 6, 2-back set, man in motion, 2 high. Here's the snap. Hands it off the middle and twisting his way. And that's going to be about a 2 or 3 yard gain, but a lot of flags came in. May have been a hold, but then again, it almost looked like that Cooley got face masked. His helmet did come off eventually. Oh, that's definitely what it's got to be. That was a 15-yard if you've ever seen one. Now, is it offsetting is the question, because there is a big powwow at midfield. They're checking to see if Cooley's okay, and he does appear to be okay. He's coming off the field, but he does not have to come off the field. He did not take his helmet off. It was ripped off of him. I think they're going to get him off the field just to get his. Whoa! Oh man, I didn't even see the second part. It was blocked on the first angle. When he got the face mask ripped at him and turned around, number 99 lowered the boom and absolutely jacked him. That's what got the helmet off. It was knocked loose with the face mask, and then he was absolutely pummeled by the Hurricanes' interior lineman. That's why that is such a dangerous thing to do. My God, he got depleted. Looks like that was Justin Scott. He lowered the head down. Didn't appear to be a targeting. He was just right place, right time. It looked like he put his head right through his chest. Still a dangerous play for the player who is initiating that contact. That's where you've seen a lot of guys get neck injuries over the years. My word. Hopefully Cooley's okay. I did not see that first part. Didn't see him get drilled like that. I thought helmet had just popped off. The first angle was not a very good angle. They've got 3 or 4 angles they've been showing, and each one is worse than the other. I mean, this poor kid got depleted. Jeez. They'll be checking him in the tent. It appears he's already back out there. Well, no, I'm sorry. He's on the sideline, but he's already got his helmet back on. He's ready to roll. Tough son of a gun right there. Wow. 21-16. They are checking targeting. I don't think they're going to get targeted. It just looked bad because the helmet came flying off. Let's see. They did call targeting, so this makes no sense. The kid earlier in the game for Miami should have been kicked out for targeting. But this one here, and that ended up being Moten Ahmad. So I was wrong on the number. I thought it was number 98. It was actually number 99. Ahmad Moten, senior. Which means he's got a little one already. But anyways, he got kicked out of the game. He will be gone for this game in the first half of the next. I don't know about that one. He led with his helmet, but so did the other kid, and he smacked him in the helmet at the beginning of the game. This one here, he went through his chest. Just a lot of inconsistencies with these calls. That should be 2 targeting if you're going by the letter of the law. I don't know why they gave the other one. But nonetheless, it'll be an ejection. The big loss for the Hurricanes. 1st and 10. Ball at the Miami 38-yard line. Shotgun formation. 1 high, 1 low. Pistol set. Here's the handoff. And the ball is out. Fumbled. Jumping on the ball is Haynes King. They're trying another end around with Singleton, this time to the left side. Fortunately for the Yellow Jackets, King was paying attention. And actually, I think what actually happened is that King had decided to keep the ball, and he collided with Singleton that knocked the ball out. I think Singleton thought that he was getting the ball, and he ripped at it. So a miscommunication there almost cost not only the ball, but it would have flipped the field. 2nd and 14, shotgun formation. Quarterback keeper going to get stopped, dropped right there at the 46-yard line, maybe 45. But it's going to be 3rd and forever. 3rd and about 15. Actually, it'll be closer to 3rd and 17, but that'll take us to the end of the quarter. Georgia Tech has got the lead. It's 21-16. Can they hold on here at home against the Hurricanes? Welcome back. 3rd and 18 for the Yellow Jackets. Pistol set. Now they'll change the formation, 2 high, 1 low. Back in motion. Phylon drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. Wide open! And I mean wide open down to the Miami 18-yard line. He fired a bullet across midfield. My word. What an outstanding throw. Not to mention a great job by Bailey Stockton to get open. Number 87 was wide open on the play. And that's a Georgia Tech first down. 14:47 on the clock. There is a hurricane down. Darryl Porter Jr. Defensive back. They are, looks like they're tending to his leg. Trying to take a look at this. He leaned down and hit Stockton, diving in and lowering his head. Trying to see. That was Porter that was standing in the way. Kind of got leg whipped as the ball carrier came through. As he was falling to the ground, Porter was just kind of, the runner just kind of slammed into him out of nowhere. And they're going to tend to his leg. They're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech has the ball, the lead, and we're in the 4th quarter. Welcome back. 1st and 10. Georgia Tech inside the Miami 20-yard line. Ball at about the 18. Pistol formation. Remember, they've been running off the side with that. They go back to their single back set. High spread. Up back. Man in motion. Go over to the right. Here's the snap. And it's going to be a keeper. King will keep it, and he gets all the way down to the Miami Hurricane 9-yard line. It'll be 2nd and very short. Haynes King faked the handoff to Singleton, who was running around the right, and all the action was to the right side. It's really up for King to try to make a man miss. He almost took it to the house. King, who's only thrown the ball 4 times today, he's 4 for 4, 17 yards, but he is their option quarterback, so to speak. Pistol set. Here's the fake. Handoff, flips it over to the right-hand side. Catch is made by Cooley. He's going to get spun out of bounds, but not before it's a Yellow Jacket. First down. Wow. Nice pass by King. Rolled out to his right side. King's had it pretty well covered. Just a very good pass. An excellent catch and run. Ball at the 5-yard line of Miami. First and goal. Pistol formation. Tight set. Here's the handoff. King keeps it. He's going to go over the right-hand side, and he will walk into the end zone. Ramblin' wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. 5-yard touchdown run. 27-16 your score. Still a long way to go. 13 minutes, 9 seconds left on the clock. That play took 9 plays, 75 yards, 4:34 off the clock. And a big answer to what was an impressive drive by the Hurricanes. The Yellow Jackets have one of their own. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good, and it's 28-16. Georgia Tech, 12-point lead with just under a quarter to play. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio. Yellow Jackets, Hurricanes football. Welcome back. to 16 your score. 13 minutes left here. Miami trailing. They will get the ball after the Georgia Tech touchdown. Aiden Burr set to kick it off from the Tech 35-yard line. Going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the kick. It's high and deep into the end zone, and he'll go in and out. And the Hurricanes will set up shop at their own 25. Miami has had 3 really close calls going into the fourth. A Virginia Tech game that depends on who you ask. The Hokies won that game. They got kind of a hose job in the back of the end zone on a Hail Mary that appeared that they caught. California collapsed with a huge lead in the fourth. Miami blew out Duke in the fourth after falling behind early in the game. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Cam Ward drops back to pass, fires it over on the right-hand side. The catch is made, twisting and making a man miss. And up for a Miami Hurricane first down. Catch was made by George. Jacoby George made a great catch and then kind of a wiggle move on the right side. And as he did, spun off the Tech defender. Tech defender was kind of like an arm tackle, trying to shove him out of bounds. He spun off it and got about 5 more yards. Ball at the 48-yard line. Shotgun formation. Ward drops back to pass. Plenty of time. Fires it over the left-hand side. Catch is made. And it's another Miami Hurricane first down. And once again, it's Jacoby George. Hurricanes, no huddle offense. .24 on the clock, shotgun formation. Ward drops back to pass. Hanging out, has plenty of time, flips it over the right-hand side. Swing pass all the way down to the Georgia Tech 16-yard line. There is a flag on the play, but for now, it's a Miami Hurricane first down. See what the flag is. Coming out of the defensive backfield, I believe, so it's probably against Georgia Tech. I would think it's probably a hold. And they will decline it, and that's exactly what it was. So 1st and 10 Canes. The good news about that for Tech is that they were able to catch their breath a little bit. Shotgun formation. Going left to right across your radio dial. Cam Ward 3 for 3 on this drive alone, 59 yards. Ball's at the 16-yard line of Tech. Man in motion. Ward drops back to pass. He's going to get flushed out of the pocket. Running around, fires it over to the left-hand side. It's going to fall harmlessly to the turf. Was he out of the pocket? That was very close. First of all, he's evaded a couple of times today when Tech has had a chance to get him. He's been able to dance out of danger and get the ball off. Once again, that ball was hanging out there like a loaf of bread. Just like on the 2-point conversion, the ball was knocked out of his hands in a fumble recovery. He's got to be careful with that. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 10. Ball at the 16 of Tech. Here's the snap. Bubble screen off to the left-hand side, and it's going to be tackled. Looks like about a 2-yard gain, 14-yard line. I believe that was George again. I think that was Jacoby. It is Jacoby George, 3 catches on this drive alone. 3rd and 7 for the Canes. They had to rearrange his shoulder pad. So no huddle, and someone went down to the ground. Who is that? Oh, that's George. Something wrong with his hand? So was he faking an injury? It didn't appear to have anything wrong with him there. Unless that was a stinger, a delayed stinger, but that's a really strange. I might be calling shenanigans on this one because he showed no signs and then all of a sudden fell to the ground shaking his hand. Hopefully he's okay, but also hopefully they got to do something about that in college football. More and more you're seeing game after game, and I'm just not picking on George on this one. I'm seeing it game after game where guys are faking injuries to stop the clock, maybe give Miami a chance to dial up something and not have to use a timeout. And they have gone to break. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Miami, 3rd and 7, trailing by 12. Welcome back. 3rd and 7. George appears to be okay, but he came out of the game, so he's standing on the sidelines. 3rd and 7. Ball at the 14-yard line of Tech. Cam Ward drops back to pass. Looking. Fires it over on the left-hand side, and he is going to get stopped. The catch was made. Originally had about a 3 or 4 yard gain, but turned backwards. I have to see where they actually marked the ball. Looks like it's going to be a lot closer to the line of the game if you spun around. Maybe a yard gain, 1.5 yards. The ball looks like it's going to be placed about the 12. So 4th and 6, they will go for it. That's why that 2-point conversion being missed was so big. You could kick a field goal right now, get within a touchdown. You almost wonder if this is too early, but I like to go for it by Cristobal. 4th and 6, shotgun formation, man in motion. Looking off to the right all time, all day. Guy has plenty of time. Running off to his right-hand side. There's a flag down, and touchdown Miami. Pass was caught in the back of the end zone, Horton, but there is a flag. You wonder if that might be offensive holding. He was just running around forever, and eventually the linemen just run out of gas. And this ACC official crew, they have longer conversations than a sewing circle. Ward did not look thrilled about the call, so I believe it's coming back. We'll have to see what the play is. Ineligible man downfield and a hold. So that is the one that they will take. It'll be 4th and 16. 4th and 16 at about the 22-yard line of Miami. The ineligible man most likely came during. No, the hold was definitely on number 61 center. He basically tackled. I'll tell you what. Ward was dangerously close from losing his balance back there. He spun around and somehow kept his balance. He falls backwards. It's turnover on downs. Instead, it's 4th and 16. They're still going to go for it. Understandably why. 10-10 left on the clock. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Plenty of time. Dance up in the pocket. Gets hit. He's dropped. He's sacked. Sacked by the Yellow Jackets. Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. Breaking through the madness. Ward once again holding on to it a little too long. You kind of wonder why. Zeke Biggers, I believe, was the man who actually is going to get credit for the sack, but that was a team sack. They all came flying through. It was Biggers, and then the other man in on the tackle was Kyle Efford. And I believe yes, Thomas Gore was in on it as well. Shotgun formation. Tech with the ball in the lead. Here's the snap. It's going to be a keeper by King. He's going to push his way up for about let's say he got back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 10. Just under 10 minutes to go. Miami has all 3 of their timeouts, so still plenty of time for Miami to come back. They have a 12-point deficit to make up. Georgia Tech trying to find a way to put more points on the board, more pressure on the Canes. Number 1 offense in college football has been held to 16 points. Pistol formation. King drops back to set, flips it over to the left-hand side, spun around. The receiver is going to be stopped for about a 7-yard catch, 3rd and 3, but Rutherford believes he was gotten with a face mask again. I don't think he got the call. Had to see a replay to see if he actually was caught with the face mask. By the way, that was Filan that came in to throw the ball. Oh, there was a flop. There was a flop. There's no way they're calling that. 3rd and 4. You cannot challenge the flop. That was a flop. It was a creative attempt by the Yellow Jackets to get an automatic first down. Miami defender gave a shove to the Tech receiver. I couldn't see his number because it was shadowed, but it was a flop right as the play ended. I mean, just as the play ended, the Canes defensive back had his back to the play, and he was finishing through, fighting off the block. The Tech receiver dropped like a stone. I mean, it was a LeBron James type flop. It was actually pretty entertaining. Got to give him credit for trying. Timeout was called by Tech, 3rd and 4. They have 1 timeout remaining, 8.5 minutes left. Now, that could be key. Miami comes back to take the lead. And this Tech offense really isn't built to go up and down the field. Not having timeouts could be absolutely critical. Unless Tech gets a field goal between now and the end of regulation, it does not look like we're destined for overtime. So keep that in mind as well with the timeouts. Third and 4. Pistol set. Too high, too low. Man in motion. Now we have an empty backfield. 3 high, 2 low. Shotgun snap. Pylon fires it over to the right-hand side and throws it behind the receiver. Singleton, he was going to get the first down, but a really bad throw by Pyron. And it'll be 4th down for the Yellow Jackets. I mean, incredibly inaccurate throw. It was right over the middle. He threw it where Singleton was, not where he was going. Got to be able to anticipate where your man is going. 4th and 4. Here's the punt. The kick is high, deep into Hurricane territory. Fair caught at the 21-yard line. That's where Miami will take over. Trailing by just 12, still 8 minutes and 24 seconds left. Hurricanes have plenty of time. Cam Ward, 20 of 32 today with 260 yards, 2 touchdowns. First and 10. Shotgun formation. Ball was actually placed at the 22. Here's the snap. Ward drops back to pass, and he is going to be sacked. Dropped for about a 10-yard loss. We'll see where they spot it. The defender on the play was Efford, and he is down. I don't know what he did, but it looks like he did something to his wrist just as he was getting Ward to the turf. So the clock will stop, which is actually a huge advantage for Miami. Maybe his elbow or bicep? He came rushing in off the left-hand side, dove and grabbed Ward by the shoulder with enough force to get him down. And with that left arm, that is what they're looking at. Kyle Efford, sophomore out of Tacoma, Georgia. So it wasn't the one that he ripped at. Maybe it was the one that he fell on. Originally it looked like he was holding his left, but it may have been his right arm. Doesn't seem to be moving it very well. He started pumping his left arm up, getting the crowd going. 2nd and 20 now, so it was a 10-yard loss. Ball at the 12-yard line of Miami. 8:06 to go. Clock is ticking. Shotgun formation. Too high, too low. Single backfield set. Tech showing blitz. Here's the snap. They'll drop back into coverage. And Ward with plenty of time fires it over the right hand side. The ball is dropped. The ball is dropped. Hit his receiver right in the hands. My word. Looked like that was Mark Fletcher out of the backfield. Thought it was a receiver, but it looks like Mark Fletcher came out of the backfield, crossed over, and he was wide open. He just dropped it. Probably could have been a little in front of him, but all in all, a pretty good throw. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 20. Ball at the 12-yard line. Single back set, 2 high, 1 low. Ward drops back to pass. He's got all day long, and they're going to flip it out there to about the 20-yard line, twisting and running all the way out to the 25. It'll be 4th and 7, and Miami is going to go for it. So they were playing basically bend, don't break, but they gave up a 13-yard gain, and now Miami is 4th and manageable. Shotgun formation. Ward with plenty of time. Fires it over the right-hand side. 1st down. Catch is made at about the 40-yard line of the Canes. 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes to go. And now Jacoby George is down again. He's writhing in pain. This looks like it might be his elbow. The clock will stop while they tend to him. He should start it back up once he is off the field, but he is down, writhing in pain. And you kind of had a look by Ward of frustration because he wanted to get that ball back up to the line of scrimmage and snap it again. Get some rhythm going. Instead, It's a very clunky possession so far with the stoppage of play. George still on the ground. We'll be right back. Canes with the ball. Jackets lead it by 12. Welcome back. They got George off the field. Appears to be okay. At least walked off zone power. Shotgun formation. Too high, too low. Single back set. Ball at the 40-yard line. George drops back to pass. Fires it over on the right-hand side. Catch is made. And fighting his way across for a first down. Receiver number 11, the Hurricanes, Sam Brown. Did not get out of bounds, so the clock will continue to run, but he did fight his way across for the first down. Canes still with all three timeouts. Shotgun formation, too high, too low, single back set. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, all time. Then flips it out to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, and Damian Martinez will push his way just past the sticks for a first down. Tick, 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 tick. Here we go with another one. There's going to seem like there's another injury. Scott is down for the Jackets. He's holding his knee. So Georgia Tech is not helping themselves by stopping the clock every step of the way. They've already dealt with a couple of questionable stoppages of time by the Hurricanes. Look like they may have been ghost injuries, but Georgia Tech's gaining nothing by stopping the clock. And they've had a few injuries. So here we go. They're showing the replay, but it does appear that Damian Martinez did get the first down. (28-16) your score. Still 7 minutes left, so if Miami gets a quick score, you look back on that last drive they had, if they kicked the field goal, they would have been within 9 points right now, which means a field goal and a touchdown gets you the game. You don't need 2 touchdowns. But because they went for it, did not get it, and you can understand why they did that, but because they did not get that on a fourth and, I'm trying to remember what that was. I believe that was a 4th and 20. Might have even been 4th and 22 because I want to say that was goal to go, but regardless, might have been better off kicking the field goal. But here we go, 1st and 10, shotgun set. Ward goes to his left side, fires it over to the right-hand side, wide open, touchdown Hurricanes. Restrepo saving the day for the Kings. Xavier Restrepo, 38-yard touchdown, and Miami is within 1 score. Seven plays, 78 yards, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And the Canes can now play it pretty close to the vest. They've got 3 timeouts. You don't have to look at an onside kick right here. You got a very good chance of getting the ball back, and as quickly as they move there, they got a lot of time to play with. Here's the kick. It's up. It's high. It's good. And just like that, 28-23. We'll be back in a flash. Jackets getting the ball when we come back. Welcome back. Miami set to kick off from the 35-yard line. 6:07 left on the clock. Jackets leading by 5. Here's the kickoff high and deep into the end zone. Singleton's going to try to run it out. Done this a few times today, and a third time will not be the charm. Really, really questionable decision-making. Singleton. On kickoffs alone, he has cost his team 30 yards in returns. He continues to try to run the ball out, and yes, he's got the great speed. But Miami's had it covered every step of the way, and instead of starting at the 25, he has been starting at the 15, all 3 returns. 6:01 to play. Shotgun formation, single back set. Here comes the snap, the handoff off to the left-hand side. Another, it's going to be a keeper by King. He'll push his way up for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be second down. Second and about 8. Clock under 6 minutes. Moving the chains is the name of the game for Georgia Tech. They could play keep away. Miami never see the ball again. Miami's looking for a 3 and out with 3 timeouts. That would give them plenty of time to come back. 5:20 on the clock. 2nd and 8. Shotgun set. Here's the snap. The handoff is off to the right-hand side. Dropped right there about the line to gain, and it's 3rd and long. And if we know anything about this, like they've done all game long, they'll usually send Haynes King to the bench and bring Zach Pyron out there to play quarterback. Not Pyron, excuse me, Aaron Philo. Philo, 3rd and 8. Single back set, man in motion. Shotgun formation. Philo drops back to pass all time. Here's the throw over the left-hand side, and it's a Georgia Tech first down. Good catch, good pitching catch, good pass by Philo, and then on top of that, really good reception, sliding to his knees. Malik Rutherford has had a couple of big plays on today. Had to almost slide like a runner going into second base to get under the ball and make the catch. 1st and 10. Clock still running. Miami still with all 3 of their timeouts. Shotgun formation, 2-back set. King the quarterback. Here's the handoff. Up the middle. Pushing. About a 5-yard gain maybe. Cooley on the run. It'll be 2nd and about 5. 28-23 your score. 2nd and 5. The clock continues to run. Miami holding on to those timeouts till they have to have. Remember, they'll also have the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 5. 5 seconds left on the play clock. Here's the snap. Pitch off to the left-hand side. Runner goes out of bounds. What is he thinking? What in the world is he thinking, Cooley? That's another boneheaded mistake by the Yellow Jackets today. You have got to push your way up and in, not avoid contact. If I am Brent Key, I have his butt on the bench. You got to stay in bounds. Instead, it'll be 3rd and 1. They'll restart the clock now, but it did pause for a second. Just every little bit of that makes a difference. 3rd and 1. Pistol set. Here's the snap, the handoff. The keeper and King's going to get dropped behind the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 4th down. We'll see if they'll take it to the 2-minute warning. And a bad decision by King is going to give the Hurricanes a chance to escape a sure loss once again. It'll be 4th and 3 when we come back. You got to figure Key is going to punt it, but in today's football, you never know. We'll be back in a flash. Welcome back. 2-minute warning underway. It's 28-23. Georgia Tech with the ball, but it's 4th down. Got a couple of finals to give you an update on. Ohio State rolls over Purdue 45-0. Texas 49-17 over the Gators. Boston College holds on 37-31 against Syracuse. And West Virginia held on to 31-24 Cincinnati. So 4th and 3. Cristobal did not like what he saw on the field, rushing in to make a timeout. So I think he thought maybe, I'll have to see it again, but see what exactly he was over-exaggerating about. He did not like what he saw. So not only do they burn a timeout, but they've already lost the 2-minute timeout. So whatever it was, it might have been 12 men on the field. I didn't get a chance to do a head count. Tech set to punt. Here's the kick. High, deep, end over end. Down inside the 20. Right there at about the 20. We'll see where they spot it. It'll be 1st and 10 Miami. They got plenty of time still. 2 timeouts and almost 2 minutes left. I believe they marked the clock at 1:52. So with that being said, they've got plenty of time. And I was thinking at the break when King had that keeper and it was an option. Sometimes you got to just tell the guy, make a decision. We're going right off to this side, right off to that side. As the first 10, snap, throws high over to the right-hand side. Ball's deflected, falls to the turf. It's 2nd and 10. Cam Ward was trying to get the ball out to the left-hand side. Looked like that might have been Horton again. It was Horton. He had single-man coverage. Tech, by the way, was bringing the house. So they're not playing prevent, but that could lead to a huge gain by the Canes if they can get behind the secondary. 2nd and 10. Still 2 timeouts left, 1:48 on the clock. Going left to right across your dashboard. 2 backs in the backfield. Receiver high, 2 low. Here's the snap. Ward looking off to his right side. Now looks over to the left. He's got time. Flushed out of the pocket. Now he's dancing around. Ball is out! The ball is out! The ball is out! And Georgia Tech has recovered. Did I say it or did I say it earlier in the game that Cam Ward fumbles the ball? And if you can get pressure on Cam Ward of the Miami Hurricanes, wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He has constantly been known to fumble the ball, and it's one of the reasons why his draft stock was so bad. And he has not been faced with the adversity of a pass rush much in this season. That's why his numbers have been really good. But I've always pointed to the fact that the kid just does not secure the ball away, and when he starts getting flushed, he starts scrambling around, running in a circle. You saw it last year before he came to Miami. And now Tech, still 2 timeouts for Miami. Tech will probably run a traditional offense trying to get that next first down. Here's the snap. The handoff is up the middle, diving ahead for about a 2-yard gain. Stopped at about the 20-yard line. Holy cow. I'm sorry, the 15-yard line. Ward was dropping back to pass. He was in the middle of the pocket and he just started freaking out. There was no real pressure on. Then when he scrambled out, he caused pressure because his lineman did not know that he had kind of bounced around. That's when the pressure came in on the backside. I'm trying to see who that was. I believe that was Avery Boyd. Not Avery Boyd, excuse me. Romello Height. It was Romello Height who knocked the ball out. He was on the right end at the beginning of the play, and he came all the way around and swam through and just smacked his arm. And once again, holding that ball out like a loaf of bread. As Cam Ward looks off into the distance, he knows he should have had the ball secure. But it's amazing to me that not just Miami, but every step of the way, no one's ever been able to get him to secure the ball. 2nd and 8. Shotgun formation. Keeper off to the left-hand side. Looks like Haynes King will dive ahead for a couple of yards. It's 2nd down. Now, here's the key. If Georgia Tech has to settle for a field goal, this game is not over. It is only a 5-point lead right now. That would take it to an 8-point lead, and they would still get the ball back, if my math is correct, with around 40 seconds left. So there's plenty of time as the last timeout is taken by the Canes. But they were just in a much more ideal position before that turnover. So Ward's going to have a chance to redeem himself unless Georgia Tech can push ahead for that final first down. They get the first down. They can score before they get into the end zone. You would think, unless the adrenaline just gets to you, you would think a runner, because I would think they are going to run, you'd think they would stop before they scored. But it's 3rd and 8. Ball at the 15 of Miami. Georgia Tech try to run off some more clock and try to kick a field goal. No more timeouts, but it is 3rd down. Shotgun formation. Receiver way outside wide was wide open. Now they have covered him. Wow, is that almost a mistake? Here's the snap. End around. Singleton's got it. Singleton will sit down inside the Miami Hurricane 5-yard line, and it's a Georgia Tech first down, icing the game. Singleton, who has made so many terrible choices in the special teams department today, has been a real weapon out there on the field. It's now 1st and goal. I don't know why the clock, there we go. Now the clock's finally ticking. Minute left now. Here's the snap. Haynes King takes a knee, and one more knee is going to send the Hurricanes to their first loss of the year. It's been a pleasure bringing you this game. We hope you tune in next week. We have not decided the game yet, but it will be a high noon kickoff. We're doing high noon kickoffs the rest of the year until we get to Army-Navy, which is a 3:30 kickoff. And when we get to the conference championship weekend, we're waiting to see what those matchups are before we decide what time that game will be. 2nd and goal. One more snap, takes a knee, and that'll do it. Rambling wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer shocks, rocks the Canes 28-23. What an incredible game. Georgia Tech, we got to get him a game ball here. And I think we're going to have to give it to Haynes King. He was 6 for 6 with 32 yards passing, but 20 rushes for 93 yards and a touchdown. The Georgia Tech, give credit to that defense, shutting down the Miami offense all day long. I also felt like Cam Ward was a little off his game, but nonetheless, they held the line. They had some big key stops. The offense at Georgia Tech, your totals, team totals, 271 yards rushing, 99 yards passing between King and Philo. There was just the one fumble by Singleton, but man, did he make up for it. Miami Hurricanes, 348 yards through the air. Cam Ward, but he did have 14 incompletions. Some of them were huge. 3 touchdowns. This will definitely take a big huge knock into his chances of winning Heisman Trophy. The fans are storming the field here in Atlanta. It was 88 yards rushing on the ground by Miami with Martinez and Fletcher. Receivers really appeared that Arroyo had some mismatches and Horton, but they just couldn't get to him enough. Arroyo, Restrepo, and Horton all had touchdown catches. And Miami had the one turnover. We know which one that was. The fumble by Cam Ward as he fumbled away Miami's chances to remain undefeated. But they still have a chance to get into the ACC championship game. SMU's undefeated, but they're sitting there with one loss with Clemson and Miami and Pittsburgh, all sitting with one loss. It's going to be an interesting next few weeks. We will get out the information on what game we're going to do by Monday. We'll see you next time. High Noon Kickoff here on Braves Country Radio. Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. Let's hear it one last time.